like, this looks oddly long.
Tide tonight. It's beautiful.
Is it like actually live stream? You can watch it.
Yeah, go on the YouTube. Wait, actually test it out for me.
Is it live stream on YouTube?
I would hope so. I think.
Wait, we should post a link on our story.
Yeah. Let me check.
Thank you.
Okay, bro. It was two. It's like a 2.5.
It was so cold. You don't understand.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, send me the link. Yes. How do you do this?
Our YouTube is so underground.
We have like a lot of subscribers.
And how long have you guys been doing this? It's been a long time, right?
Yeah, I think 20-ish years. Yeah.
How old is
CMU.
1900.
I see 125.
Okay, not really.
So this is what I mean, what was the
I think after the Oh, 1987. Really? Yeah, it's really
yeah, that's the original founding
Yeah, wait.
But you guys are going higher as a leader.
I think yeah, I think they might have
But what about overall?
turn it off.
I think you guys are
Once you get here, don't
yeah.
Where you guys?
I'm from Florida Atlantic
Hello. Yeah, it should be straight.
Awesome. Well, thank you everyone for coming. I'd like to start off today by introducing myself. So my name is Anya. I'm the president of the Undergraduate Entrepreneurship Association, and we would like to officially kick off the 2026 CMU Venture Challenge. This is our annual event that we host with UEA here at CMU. And I wanted to take a moment to thank all of our judges for being here today. I know that it was a bit of a drive and it's early in the morning, but we really appreciate y'all being here. And thank you so much to all of our teams who are here flying out. We have a lot of people from various places, so this is amazing. I hope you guys also got a chance to talk with each other. I wanted to take a second to thank the UEA team who's sitting here in the audience as well, especially our VP of VC, Denisa, over there. If you could wave your hand, Denisa. She's the mastermind behind this entire day. Let's give her a round of applause. And then also thank you to our advisor, Dave, who's in the back there as well. He has been an amazing help and very involved in the entrepreneurship community here. So with that, I'd like to say thank you again. Oh yes, let's give a round of applause. Awesome. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and kick off our day. I would like to hand it off to our MC for today, Surabhi. And yeah, everyone get excited. Good luck. You're going to do great.
Thank you, Anya. Great to see everyone here this morning. As Anya mentioned, I will be your MC for today. My name is Surabhi, and I'm on the events committee here at UEA. So I'm going to start us off by introducing our judges. So judges, if you want to maybe just wave or stand up so everyone kind of knows who you are when I introduce you, feel free to do so. So first of all, we have Sri Gade, and Sri is a managing partner at Blue Tree VC, which is a Pittsburgh-based Series A fund, and he supports portfolio companies in using capital efficiently and scaling solutions in large markets. Next up, we have Dan Coppins, who is a co-founder at QFix and a member at Robinhood Ventures. Dan is a seasoned investor and medical device executive with over 20 years of leadership experience. He co-founded QFix and as a CEO and CTO, led 2 decades of uninterrupted growth, scaling the company into a global industry leader, operating in nearly 100 countries before its 2022 merger to form CQ Medical. Next, we have Nicole Ilisic, who is an investor at Mission OG. Nicole is responsible for tracking fund and portfolio company performance, leading investment due diligence, and sourcing new opportunities. She conducts detailed financial modeling, valuation, and risk analysis, and manages the firm's weekly investment review process in collaboration with portfolio companies and partners. Next up, we have Len Carrick, who is CEO at the George J. Howe Company and an adjunct professor of entrepreneurship. Len is a serial entrepreneur and CEO with a strong track record of acquiring, scaling, and successfully exiting businesses. He currently leads the George J. Howe Company, overseeing multiple acquisitions, including Mr. Snacks and O'Neill Coffee's roasting plants. And finally, we have Al Shanmugam, who is the head of product at EchoStar Corp. Al is a product and data leader with 17 plus years of experience driving AI-powered innovation at companies including Meta, Amazon, and Sling. And he specializes in machine learning, personalization, and experimentation using large-scale data systems to increase user engagement and monetization. So with that, huge thank you again. So if we get a quick round of applause for all the judges for being here. And we're going to go ahead and get started with Team 1. So we ask that if you have not presented yet, if you could please head back to your finalist rooms, and then we'll coordinate getting you back here. And then if you have presented, feel free to stay after your presentation in the audience. We just ask that you stay in the audience and don't leave the room in the middle of any presentations. And yeah, thank you everyone. Okay, So we're going to get started today with Purify Inc. And from Purify we have Veer Chopra, who is from Columbia University. And the company is a speech therapy platform combining hearing, training, and pronunciation coaching, as well as facial expression analysis. This company provides 24/7 AI-powered therapy with real-time feedback and gamified exercises, and clinicians monitor the patient progress remotely via a dashboard.
Testing. Hi everyone, I'm speaking and you're listening. Pretty easy, right? Well, nearly 500 million people in the world struggle with this on a day-to-day basis. Hi, my name is Veer Chopra, and something you should know about me is that I have 2 cochlear implants. Well, what does getting a cochlear implant look like? Well, if someone were to get a cochlear implant or a hearing aid, it's a 3-step process. The first step is in the device. Patients will go through surgery, and then a couple of weeks after, they'll get implanted with the device. Now, most people might think, oh, you get the device, boom, you can hear again. The process is much more complicated than that. It involves weeks, days, and years to get our brains and our ears to reach the level of you guys. For example, when we start, we'll hear beeps, statics. We won't be able to understand the words and sentences until maybe a month or 2 later. This process is called auditory training, more formally known as oral rehabilitation. Then we have what's called phase 3, which is what I can say I'm confidently in now. This is the monitoring phase. This is yearly appointments, 6-month appointments, checking up with the audiologist, getting feedback, and checking if the device is working. During the auditory training phase, audiologists and doctors have to program your device remotely. They'll change frequencies in the electrodes, allowing you to hear better and more appropriately. Now, this current process is a big problem. It's really inefficient and time-consuming. One, it's expensive. Many people who don't have good insurance have to pay a lot of money out of pocket for therapy sessions. This can total up to maybe $5,000 throughout. 2, there's not that many audiologists. There's limited access, some are very far away, and some may not even be in your own city. Me, I got pretty lucky. I'm in San Diego. We have a good program, it's only an hour drive away from me. And lastly, most importantly, clinicians and doctors are going to assign their patients practice changing their brain to hear again. They'll say, go home, practice 10 minutes a day, every day this week. How do they know they're actually doing that? They don't. There is no home tool feedback for them to know that at all. Now, before I go into the solution, I kind of want to give a quick background about myself and why I started this. So, my name is Veer Chopra, I'm a freshman at Columbia, and I got 2 cochlear implants. The one at the age of 7, the second at the age of 15. Now, at the age of 15, I was thinking, hey, not too bad, I'll miss school a couple of weeks, but then I realized it was much more than that. I had to leave every day at the end of 6th period and go to an audiologist appointment for approximately 2-3 weeks. I missed a lot of AP World History, which I'm really happy for, but then I realized, well, if I'm facing this problem, adults like you, who have much more at stake than like an A or a B. You have lives, family, people to take care of. That's much more important than a grade. So then I'm like, well, how do we solve this problem? Let me present to you Purify. Purify essentially is an at-home remote tool that lets you train your brain to hear again. It's used for not just people with cochlear implants, people with hearing aids, and general disabling hearing loss that need auditory rehabilitation. There's 2 parts to this. 1, patients. Patients will get access to everything that's done in an audiologist's booth. This includes mode selection, meaning when people go to audiologists, they'll get mask pairs, words, sentences, so on and so forth. They'll also get diagnostic testing and AI audiologist analysis. This AI audiologist analysis essentially will look for weak points. What are you missing? What's repeatedly that you're missing again and again? For example, if I'm missing C, B, Su, Bu, and notice a trend, you're missing S and F. This gives the audiologist a starting point to look for how to program your device properly. 2, clinicians. Clinicians will get a dashboard. They're able to track everything you do remotely, how much time you're spending, are you improving, and they'll also know exactly what to change on the device. Lastly, it's a big win-win for the situation. Patients and clinics save a bunch of time. Did you guys know that for every audiologist appointment, I spend at least the first half just doing testing? Here, you just pull out your phone and be like, here's my data. You save both the clinics and the patient's time. Audiologists would need less audiologists, or they can take on more patients. Here's what it's going to look like on the patient end. To clarify, hereby starting as a mobile application, but of course can expand to something much more, web apps, a physical device as well. Here's what the iOS app will look like. For example, this is everything in the audiologist suite. Match pairs, words, sentences and noise. So for example, match pair. What did you hear? Bus versus bun. Words and sentences, you speak into it, you're going to get feedback back as well. You're also going to get camera vision analysis. They will look at you and give you pronunciation feedback. Second, statistics. This is what benefits the audiologist. It's an entire list of the practice record. You can send straight to the audiologist as well. Lastly, the AI will give you some practice insights. For example, B versus boo. The audiologist will know, okay, this is the weak points, I need to target this frequency of the device. Now, clinics. What do clinics get to see? Right now, clinics are just following up with patients after every appointment. Hey, did you practice? Hey, did you do this? They don't know if they're lying to you. Here's what they can check. For example, patient 1, 59 sessions, 42 minutes per week. The word recognition is improving. Patient 2, word recognition is comprehension also improving. They're able to track it over time, and also access some reports there as well. Now, you might be wondering, well, what exists in this market? And to give you a quick story, when I went through this, I'm like, I don't want to keep asking my mom or my dad or someone there, and I'm like, people don't have moms or dads to ask all the time. What can I use? I asked my audiologist, she's like, she literally just said, So there is nothing that exists that's clearly good enough for people to use. I found an app called Heroes. Heroes essentially is just match pairs only, for example, B versus blue. Essentially, it's blocked by a huge paywall, no clinical dashboard. Cochlear Copilot, it's not a training app. While it is a Cochlear brand company, only available to Cochlear brand devices, essentially it's like, how do you live with cochlear implants? So it'll be like, go sit in the front of the room, turn up your volume when it's loud. Hereby, essentially has the entire audiologist suite, and it's available for all devices. Now, what is there in the market? There's currently 500 million people, nearly 500 million people with disabling hearing loss worldwide, which need rehabilitation. And at the beginning of this month, World Health Organization was saying that's going to be about 700 million by 2050. Out of those, 50 to 100 million are getting new implants or new cochlear implants or hearing aids every single year. Clinicians, it's a small, tight-knit community that desperately needs a solution. There's only 20,000, and many are looking for something to make their life easier. How do we sell this to them? There's going to be two methods, B2C, B2B. Selling directly to consumers will involve a freemium model. They can get access to the app, touch some exercises, but then if they want the full audiologist suite, they'll get access to words, sentences, $10 a month, and for the full AI analysis, vision feedback, speaking, $15 a month. Now for audiologists, we're going to start lowball, $50 a month, which is very, very likely going to go up. We're going to start pretty low for now. Clinical dashboard, patient tracking, all that kind of stuff. How's CMI doing so far? Well, this started as a proof of concept in 2024 after my 10th, 11th grade. I just did a couple of things, built a very bare bones app. I don't know how to code, it was not good. But then I spread the word. It got 300 downloads very, very fast. I'm like, wow, it's going good. Coming to Columbia, I wanted to make it a reality. I began making a soft launch, a beta soft launch. From there, it's been tested with 50 audiologists, San Diego, Texas, Columbia, Stanford, Cornell. It recently went through Columbia, started our local accelerator, and won first place Hospice 2025. Beta launch is coming up very soon, and the target for beta launch is getting 1,000 users, 100 paying users, and 10 clinic partnerships. Currently fixing UI and UX. So quick financials, assuming by year 3, as in the competition guidelines, we're assuming maybe you get 35,000 downloads, 25% conversion rate to paid, which you might think is pretty high, but doctors are literally telling their patients to use it, so we can estimate a little higher there. Assuming 1.4 million ARR by the end of year 3. Now these quotes are what kept me going. When I was feeling a little unsure, I'm like, should I continue this? I was like, well, I don't know. I was in senior year, full-on senioritis and enjoying my life, and then I get these emails. People are using my app. I haven't looked at the app in a couple of months. I'm like, wow, people are using this app. Keep in mind, this is a very bare bones, 10 lines of code, 50 words in it. I'm like, wow, people are actually using this. People with cochlear implants, hearing aids, hearing loss. I'm like, wow, huge. Now, with the technology we built in Tepper, this can expand much more beyond clinical use. It can go outside of hospitals, clinics. We can use the same speaking and pronunciation to improve your communication enhancement. Speaking, hearing, language learning. And lastly, what am I doing right now? I'm giving you a presentation. The same technology can be used to improve my communication towards you. I probably spoke very fast in this presentation. Here if I catch that. Thank you very much.
I'm just confused on one thing. The person using it buys the app, they pay $9.99 and $15 a month. Then there's a clinician pays $50 a month. What's the connection?
Yes, so we're initially thinking, well, if clinicians were to partner with insurance companies, something like that, we could get this covered. Clinicians would sign a contract saying that use hereby recommended, and then for each audiologist patient, they pay $50 to use that contract per patient. However, for people who don't have audiologist access, which is quite a lot, they just need someone, maybe they need one person once to just program remotely, they can just use the app themselves to give the audiologist that data. So people without the hospital or clinic network access, they'll be B2C, and then people with the audiologist access will be B2B.
So the clinician does not have to buy the app and the patient buys the app. The patient is collecting data that they can hand off. They don't have to be in the same world.
Well, no, yeah, the consumer app can exist by itself. Yes, but if the patient wants to, they can buy their app version as well to be able to track all the patients for the audiologist. Does that kind of make sense? Okay.
Are there any
Yeah, so very good question. I hadn't even been asked that. Recently I've been signed with the Firebase BAA agreement to track this data, and now it is HIPAA compliant. However, did meet legal advisors. They were saying if we're compliant for now, we'll be double checking stuff. It's ready for focus groups. We had a Columbia focus group, Stanford and all interested as well. So as of now, it's HIPAA compliant with the Firebase BAA Google Cloud and
So is there a regulatory pathway for this?
That's not a physical medical device, so it wouldn't be FDA medical software, but it still needs to be HIPAA compliant because it is healthcare patient data. Love the question, thank you. Yes, sir.
Who are your competitors beyond just doing the audiology? What other companies are developing other tools?
Yeah, just go back to that slide real quick. So these were the two major ones I found, but essentially this doesn't exist in the market and people are asking for it. Heroes essentially started 10 years ago, it's not maintained. I downloaded it, I actually liked it. But then I'm like, it's only 50 words in there. It's like, it's really low, it's not good. Cochlear Copilot is a cochlear parent company, but I'm a different company called Advanced Grounding, so I can't even use it. But it's actually not a training app. So a lot of smaller apps are out there, but essentially what Columbia audiologists were telling me is they're like, these apps may have one piece. For example, mass pairs, cochlear implants, cochlear, how to with hearing loss. They don't have anything that's all in one. And essentially, when we get that, that'll be amazing. Can you see the question again? The accuracy? Yeah, so these Columbia and Stanford technologists have been testing it, they've been using it. ABT is called Auditory Therapists, SLPs, speech language pathologists have been testing it, using it. They're ready to start recommending to the patients once I fix the UI UX. But we've been in constant meetings this semester, last semester, ready. So they're ready, they're recommending it and endorsing it. So. Well, since we haven't done the official beta launch just yet, no, but the soft beta launch has been pretty good. I had some connections with here in Washington back home. They liked it, I liked it. The graph showed some improvement over time. Keep in mind, we're not necessarily looking for improvements. We're looking for data. Because once that data gets sent to the audiologist, then they can program it. After the programming, then we're looking for improvement. The programming is something that, after like these, just only the audiologists can touch. So we're looking for improvement after the audiologist is able to program it remotely. So if we would, for example, compare the app data to testing, compare the app data to before or after, then we should definitely see some improvement there. So yeah.
What is required of the clinician or audiologist to do in the platform in order to track the success?
Yeah, so there will be the app has a linking page to link the patient's account to the clinician's account. Once you have it there, it syncs live, syncs automatically. It's pretty straightforward. They'll have an account. Right now, we're starting off as iOS, but we're going to expand it into Windows, everything, web application as well. So it's really easy for clinicians to access on there as well.
So what happens if the clinician is not agree with the success of the platform? So let's say there was a mistake made in what they believe is success, but actually determines the success of saying something, for example. And let's say it comes up with incorrect. What would that workflow look like for the clinician, and then how does that ultimately impact the model and training success?
So you're saying, for example, let's say, for example, it says this comparison is not correct. Okay. Well, I think the beauty of apps like this is, especially in today's day and age, no one's going to fully ever trust AI, and that's a good thing, especially in healthcare. But we wanted to design it to be a starting point, because generally what will happen is, how it's going to work is, you go to the appointment, the first app is just data. This app has to take care of that, save time, win-win. But then they'll do a little bit of changes, and then no matter what, they'll still do a little bit of follow-ups. So essentially, this will just take off that first half of the workflow, and the second half will be checking, follow-up. So for example, they say, okay, V versus Boo. They say, okay, V turnaround, I'm going to ask you 10 V versus Boo. They say, okay, it's a little bit missing, but it's not horrible. I'm not going to make a change. But at least they save time in looking, okay, do I test B, Boo, D, do? Like, they save time for them. So it's ultimately going to be their call, which is what we want, because they're licensed professionals, but we do want it to be a huge starting point, saving them so much time.
Okay, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you so much. Thank you for your questions as well.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm gonna know my gift. The room's pretty small. I got some props for you guys, so it's gonna wing it. Perfect.
So next up, we have Matopi, and representing the company, we have Miles Lanham from the University of Virginia. So led by a team with multiple prior device transactions to $100+ billion of pharma, Matopi develops an ultra-accessible inhaled drug delivery platform, improving emergency treatment adherence and efficacy in respiratory and migraine care.
You guys ready? Perfect. Well, I'm Miles. I'm a third-year undergraduate biomedical engineer at the University of Virginia, and I'm founder at Matopi, where we're revolutionizing emergency medicine across respiratory and migraine. Now, 2 years ago, a 15-year-old girl named Amber Marie McCall lost her life from an asthma attack while at the park with her friends because she left her respiratory care, up to 90% of patients on one kind of potentially life-threatening flare without access to the rescue inhaler, putting nearly 500 million at risk globally. And I know this firsthand. Not only have I had asthma my entire life, but just 2 years ago, while I was running track at UVA, I saw my cousin collapse to the ground, struggling to breathe, nearly hospitalized because he couldn't get to his rescue inhaler in time. Now, patients and providers consistently point to 3 root causes for this. Traditional rescue inhalers are difficult to carry, stigmatizing, and expensive. Now, the same challenge exists in migraine care, where an early treatment window is crucial. However, devices here also fail for 2 reasons. Just like respiratory devices, they're often not accessible when needed. The delivery routes themselves limit drug efficacy. Existing devices are bulky, single-use, difficult to carry, and rely on deep nasal or injectable routes that can delay absorption, reduce consistency, and shorten the duration of relief. As a result, patients are forced to rely on uncomfortable deep nasal sprays or painful auto-injectors, all for subpar relief. That's why we built the Port Inhaler, the next generation of inhaler emergency drug delivery. The first compact, flat-body, wearable, multi-pack prescribable rescue inhaler designed to ensure patients always have access to rescue medication. Users can attach our devices to everyday essentials or carry it freely in their pocket. Combining sleek ergonomic form factor with reliable delivery is the first rescue inhaler patients actually want to use and carry. Our technology overcomes decades of L-shaped inhaler bulky design constraints caused by the vertical orientation limits of aerosol-based delivery, patented methods for extendable mouthpieces that preserve proper tongue displacement and enable deep lung deposition. We pair that with proprietary drug-propellant formulations. In respiratory care, we become the first rescue inhaler patients can actually carry anywhere all day. We enable affordable multi-pack prescriptions through smaller dose counts. We deliver a dual drug combination therapy, bringing a 47% reduction in severe events. In migraine care, we bring those exact same accessibility and compliance benefits. Plus, we become the first multi-dose DHE, which is standard acute migraine therapy, device option, expecting faster onset, longer lasting relief, and less side effects than other device options because we deliver medication straight to the lungs. Now, most importantly, patients and providers actually want this. We've spoken with over 400 patients and providers. 90% of patients in respiratory care want to adopt our device as their primary inhaler. 40% of patients in migraine care would prefer our device over current options, and 94% of providers would prescribe our device, and on average, prefer it over half of the patient population. We've also been directly endorsed by leading patient advocacy groups like the Allergy and Asthma Foundation of America, who have backed us for multiple grants. So far, we've raised over $200,000 in non-dilutive funding, have a patent filed, notice of allowance received being issued as we speak, detailed regulatory roadmaps, working prototypes, and already begun to establish relationships with manufacturing partners who have supplied components for our prototypes, among many other milestones. Now, this is the best part. Our team combines decades of experience, including multiple emergency device transactions to multi-billion-dollar pharma, and over $180 million raised across the life sciences. Our core team combines biomedical engineering with proven execution. Our CEO designated Tim Crowder previously exited the inhaler company, Sandoz, has raised himself over $150 million across the life sciences. And we're also backed by leading advisors like Evan Edwards, who is still a medical device company himself, and NIH-backed Apple researchers like Larry Borsch. Now, the market opportunity here is huge. By 2030, the TAM across both pipelines exceeds $45 billion. And we're also expecting the combination of respiratory markets to explode over the next 10 years as we see guidelines shift towards it. We're going to be one of the first players in this market. Further adding to market viability, we've seen similar success with similar devices in similar markets. So over here, looking at Apogee. Apogee simply reimagined the form factor of the EpiPen for accessibility and became a major competitor. The best part about this, the co-inventor of Apogee was one of our advisors, Evan Edwards. Now, to get to this market, we're going to license our respiratory products around 2030 as it nears FDA approval, looking in the $400 to $800 million range for this transaction. 10 to 20% upfront, the rest of royalties and milestones. We're going to target an acquisition around 2032, 2033-ish as our migraine product gets approval, looking at a $1 billion plus range for this. Now, this figure is informed by MAP Pharmaceuticals' $1.3 billion acquisition. So MAP mapped out on both sides. Both products leverage existing molecules and drugs, so we'll be able to reference a lot of that existing safety and efficacy data to speed up processes on both sides. Now, the respiratory side, things are a little bit cheaper and faster. That's because there are devices that exist that we can reference for bioequivalence. We can reference them for a data to speed up the process. On the migraine side, not exactly the case. There are no devices we can reference for bioequivalence. However, the licensing proceeds from the respiratory side will largely fund the migraine program, helping to avoid extensive dilution and fundraising. Now, when it comes to competition in the respiratory space, competitors focus on drugs, not devices. Almost all are stuck in the past with outdated albuterol monotherapies and legacy device format. We're going to be the first to jump into this market, offer patients a solution focused on accessibility and compliance first, and also one that delivers a next generation combination therapy, being one of the first in this space to do so. In migraine care, issues also exist with accessibility and compliance, accessibility and efficacy. Once again, we're going to be the first to jump in here, offer patients a solution focused on compliance. Also one that offers them a more patient-friendly, user-friendly delivery method that also increases drug efficacy. Now, we're on track to raise a seed round this summer. We're really trying, but the issue is we might not be able to get there without your help. So this seed round will help fund the generation of initial in vitro delivery data that will be highly predictive of clinical success. However, in all honesty, without your guys' help, we might not be able to cover costs like IP issuance, child application, IP prosecution, key team member payments, travel that will help make this round possible. So I thank you guys for your time. I hope you join us on this journey to revolutionize emergency medicine, because I would hope you believe the best rescue healer is the one you have on. Thank you guys. I'll hear any questions you guys may have.
Just to make sure I sum this up correct, so this is a device.
Yes.
So the medicine or whatever is not part of what your company does. It's just you've come up with a revolutionary way so they don't carry the bell shape inhale.
So it's regulated as a drug product, but our innovation is in the device. And just because combination drug product, we're not reinventing the drugs themselves, so that's not something we're actually developing. We are developing the device, but the product is technically regulated as a drug product. It's a little bit of both. We're not creating a drug or a molecule. We're creating a device that technically is regulated as a drug product. Can you tell us about your molecule product? Yeah, great question. So, that's my appendix here. So the issue with a modern day rescue meal, just like this one right here, the aerosol base. So think about a spray paint can. It has to be held upright to deliver the proper amount of dosing, because propellant in medication has to be surrounding that valve at all times. So it has to be delivered vertically. So that has really forced that bulky L shape that we've seen throughout history. So what we've done is we've patented methods for extendable mouthpieces in the MDI space, which is the aerosol base inhaler, that allow for the mouthpiece to retract and it enables that flat body wearability that no one else has. We also have, ultra flat dose counters in our IP, things of that nature. We're also pursuing proprietary drug formulations down the road as well.
Can you pass that down? Your device?
That can. Yeah, great question. That's a good question. So if we look at all of the patient-centered innovation we've seen in the respiratory space in the past 7 decades, there really isn't any. So respiratory was invented in the 50s. Second most recent patient-centered innovation is dose time, which came 30 years after this innovation. So that's kind of how innovation is in the respiratory space. It's slow. A lot of the companies are focused on the drug aspect of it, not the device aspect. And that's a pretty that's a 3D printed example. It's 3D printed, you only get so little of the quality, so it's pretty old as well. It's a little fragile out, but it should get the job done. If you open the top up there, you can actually see the canister we source from our manufacturing partners.
What's the difference in the other one, the L shape one?
Yeah.
How many shots are in that?
Great question. So, and the drug we're pursuing is a combination device, so there's 120 doses in a typical inhaler. We have about a fifth of that, but what that enables is a multi-pack prescription. So we find a lot of patients actually don't use all their medication, either throw it out, or they want multiple devices they can have in multiple locations and reset taken in. But an insurance company won't cover multiple of a traditional device. So by limiting that dose count, we simplify, they can buy two. They save money, and they also get their proper medication, and they can also have them in multiple locations.
So one of the points you mentioned with the earlier thing was that it has to be upright.
Sure.
This is not a single location.
Yeah, you mind if I take that out from there? Perfect, man, I appreciate that. So the cancer technology, we're not changing. So we found that if we wanted to change that, it'd be super expensive. So we're like, how can we make this work by leveraging an off-the-shelf existing delivery system? So typical rescue inhaler, cancer's up here, you open it up, put it in your mouth, take a puff, just like that. So with ours, float upright, unfold the mouthpiece, take the puff, just like that. So our key is around the unfoldability aspect. So we own unfoldability from an MD app. So we're going to be the only ones that be able to do that. And by doing that, we maintain that flat body form factor and that workability that no one else has. Just for a little bit of a reference, normal cancer, our cancer.
What is the fastest study that you have shown to show proof of efficacy of the product?
Yeah, so technically there is no proof of efficacy because we're using the same drug. So our focus is compliance. On the migraine side, there is a proof of efficacy compared to other device options. Like I mentioned, there was a company that attempted it in the past, so the efficacy is already proven on both sides. We just have to get to the market. That makes sense.
What's your regulatory path?
Yeah, everybody. So 505(b)(2), like I told him, we're regulated as a drug device combination. So the drug and the device are one product itself. It's on the respiratory side, a couple of trials. On the migraine side, a little bit more trials because there are no devices in the market like us. Like I said, the company tried all the way through phase 3. The issue they had was they tried to deliver DHT from a standard cancer. The FDA limits DHT to 8 doses per month. There was too much surface area on the inside of the cancer to deliver a consistent dose. We solved that with smaller cancer. But the efficacy is already proven.
Sorry, I'll always have questions. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, next up we have Jalal Galich Mohammadov and Minha. And Jalal will be representing the company today. They're from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and BrailleBox is an adaptive Braille learning ecosystem for schools for the blind, combining a tactile device with teacher software to deliver structured lessons, track student progress, as well as support literacy, as well as independent learning.
Seeing is one of our greatest superpowers. I personally realized that when I met Ahmed back in high school. He's a young visually impaired student trying to learn Braille. However, the tools that he has are not engaging, they give no feedback, and they provide a generic approach to his unique learning needs, which leads him to spend months just to start identifying the Braille letters. Now, I knew about Ahmed's problem back when I was in high school, but since I came to college, I also kept seeing other visually impaired students facing the same issues. So I just decided to go out and talk to national organizations, schools for the blind, and teachers of visually impaired across the United States. And from there, I realized that it was not only a student or a tool-related issue, there was a much bigger systematic problem in this education field. A systematic problem that also included teachers of visually impaired, or TVIs. Currently, they are overworked, often managing up to 20 students at a time because of the teacher lack across the United States, and they don't have tools to be able to track exactly what their students are doing, so they have to manually prepare every single Braille lesson for every single student. Now, we did all of these customer interviews, but at the same time, they talked about all of their problems, but they kept mentioning one more thing, that Braille is opportunity for these students. It is in fact one of the strongest predictors of the career outcome for a visually impaired student too. So combining all of these things that we learn, we ask a fairly simple question. What if Braille education worked like a modern system? And that is why we are building BrailleBox. a mission-driven company to provide equal access to education for visually impaired students. Braillebox is a complete learning system consisting of tactile devices and different platforms that serve students, parents, schools, and teachers. Now let me show you how it works. The student picks up the Braillebox devices and they can do tactile inputs to practice their lessons. They will be receiving instant audio feedback, and as they go, the device adapts to their pace. And we collect all the data that is related to the student's learning. Now we don't stop only from there. All that collected data is then directly sent to the teacher dashboard, where teachers can now exactly see how long does a student practice, which lesson strategies are actually working, and what needs to be focused on for every single specific student. But we did not just stop with this system. As we kept doing customer discovery, we also learned that schools are legally required to keep parents in the loop of the education of their students. But currently, the only way for a parent to get information about their students is to reach out to the TVIs, who are already overworked because of the lack of the teachers across the country. So parents end up receiving not useful information about their students. And that's why we created our parent portal. Because we're already tracking all this data, parents can now also see exactly what their students are doing and receive instant messages from the teachers of their students, maybe on a daily or a weekly basis. Now, so far, with this whole solution, we solved the problem, majority of the problem that we have identified through our discovery. But there is one more thing. Schools are also legally required to keep audit-ready, IEP-compliant documentation or reports about every single student. And currently, most of the visually impaired students in the districts are spread across different public schools. And to collect that data, it is really hard for the school admins, often because the data is really fragmented. And it takes a lot of time for them to collect every single student's input. No. So we built the whole system. We said, well, why not we also make the school admin dashboard, where they can now see all that collected data, and with just one single click, they can download an IEP-compliant audit-ready report about every single student. And this is how Braillebox works. But we did not build Braillebox alone. Mick Joseph Arnold, our Braille education strategy advisor, he's a visually impaired and has been teacher of the visually impaired for the past 27 years. So the mission of the Braillebox is especially valuable to him, not only as a teacher, but also as a member of the visually impaired community. And he has helped us a lot with building the whole system that I just explained. The system that is currently in the hands of the students. We signed our first pilot program with the Paul Shellet Center on Disabilities in Rhode Island College 2 weeks ago. And currently we are collecting a lot of data from them, and I can be really honest, the data is really good and the feedback is really nice. One of the things that the teachers said is, for example, I can see now exactly where my students are making mistakes down to the single dots. So I can go back and help my students. Now, as we keep receiving all this data from our pilot collaboration, we did not stop there. We're also in talks with other schools around the same area to input Braillebox into their curriculum, one of which is Perkins School for the Blind, one of the most respected institutions in the field of blind education. Now, if you look at the competitive landscape, unlike our competitors, Braillebox is a complete learning management system with an end-to-end solution to this whole problem that we've just talked about. Now, our market is structured and well-funded through the established channels. And it was really important for us to actually learn about these channels to be able to sell back to them. So we did our homework. It all starts with the federal funding from the IDEA grant that is for assistive technology for students with disabilities. Then, districts allocate specific funds to provide the educational tech for every single student. And schools are the ones that actually make the purchase request. But in this whole really nice equation, there's one group of people that are really important. The ones who actually make the decisions, teachers of the visually impaired. They are the ones who always work with the students, and they are the ones who decide which tools need to be bought for every single student. So our market strategy is directly aligned with that. We're giving out Braillebox to every single teacher of the visually impaired as well as their students, so they can naturally see the benefits of Braillebox. And on top of that, we have a second pillar of market strategy. So all of the teachers of visually impaired are required to go through training programs that are accredited by that organization. And in the United States, there are several of them. Lucky enough, one of the bigger ones is located right next to our school at UMass Boston. And we're already in contact with the people from UMass Boston to include BrailleBox into the teacher training program so that teachers can use BrailleBox even before they become a teacher. And hopefully after they graduate and get their certificate, they will be preferring BrailleBox over other assistive technology tools. And now, this is how we sell it. We're selling directly to the districts with our tier-based program. And all of the tiers are based on the size of the district. And we will also provide the generic BrailleBox devices with every single tier, but also if the districts would like to purchase more, they're more than welcome to do so with $210 per device on top of the ones that they already will be getting from us. And all of our districts will be eligible to get our admin and compliance portal so that they can be able to generate the IEP compliant audit ready reports about their students. And now, so far, we've talked with more than 150 students, parents, teachers of visually impaired, school admins, researchers, NGOs across the country. And honestly, we've won pretty much everything that was available to us back home at WPA. And currently, we are testing our product, the full system, with the partial, etc., and disabilities. And our next step is to debut BrailleBox at the Early Career Educators Conference this May in Massachusetts, where we've been invited by the Commissioner of the Blind of the Massachusetts state. Now from there, our goal until the end of 2026 is fairly simple. To get BrailleBox in the hands of as many students as possible, well, to be exact, 40 students in 5 different schools. And for that, we are raising funding. To be able to do that, to increase our manufacturability, because right now everything is made in-house and we want to explore the options of manufacturing, also support our software side of the whole thing. And finally, to actually get to these schools, because gas ain't cheap anymore too. But with that being said, none of this is possible alone. My name is founder of BrailleBox. Alongside my co-founder, teachers of visually impaired, group of engineers, as well as our advisors, we're committed to change how Braille is taught at scale. Because at BrailleBox, we believe literacy is not optional. Thank you.
How are you priced compared to your competitors?
So most of our competitors offer the devices themselves, and the devices cost around like $2,000 to $5,000. Our goal is though not to just sell a device, it's to integrate the whole system. So from the device, we're not even making that much we are ready to not make even that much of a profit. That's why it's priced at $210. It's basically our method of entering the market through the hardware. And the main part is in our software, which we don't have that many competitors in the field. Most of the ones that do, they do like specific services, unlike ours that is like an end-to-end solution.
So the ones that have a software solution today are not as well.
Yeah, in this field, they don't work directly like monthly fees, but more like a yearly fee because of the annual fee because of the payment plan. But yes, that's how they work.
What's your model? What's your technology uniqueness that will create a barrier for competitors?
The biggest one is actually to integrating this whole system, because the competitors that we have currently are focused only on providing devices to the students. So that's the only thing that they do, and they're not eligible to collect any data about any single student. But now our device is able to do that and also send that data to the teacher dashboard. So that's one thing that puts us one step ahead of other competitors. And we're also collecting that data, and because we're giving it to the students and teachers, we're already getting some data in our whole pool, I would say, which other competitors don't have currently.
Why do you really care about this problem? What was really difficult and everyone telling you to stop? What can you do to keep going on this problem?
Because I believe in one thing, again, this is the last thing I mentioned in my pitch, that literacy is not optional. It actually needs to be in the hands of every single student that is possible. I've seen it with my eyes that these students do not have access to that, and I'm committed on making this thing possible with the team that I've assembled, the people who actually believe in the mission too. And I would say it is really interesting to work with the people from the field too, and see how they really like BrailleBox, and they're also committed in making this change with us. So we're not building this alone, we're actually building it with people who are visually impaired for the people who are visually impaired.
What's the cost of manufacturing?
Currently, as I mentioned, everything is like in-house production. At in-house, our manufacturing cost is $130, and on top of that, there is $30 to $40 shipment and all of the packaging fees. That's why the price is like barely on top of. We put like any profit margin on the device itself. But we're also talking with the manufacturing sites near Massachusetts. We're in contact with one of them in New Hampshire, for example. We're waiting on the quote. I just sent them the design, and we're waiting on the quote on how much it would cost if we try to scale manufacture for AirPods.
How much does it cost for you to do software?
Software, I would say the main thing for us was to develop the software, which we already did. That costs, the main cost drivers in that field is the AWS servers and like all the data we need to store. And I would say that will increase, the cost will increase with the number of students we are getting right now. Right now, it probably costs around like 100 to 200 with what we have, but as we keep getting more and more students and more data, the cost is like a variable cost.
Kind of piggyback on a couple of questions. So your competitors, they're bigger companies, you're a startup. They see you come along and you get a couple of wins. How fast can they replicate what you're doing? Or what would prevent them from replicating what you're doing and just go back to their customers with an upgrade?
That's a really good question. So all of our competitors are mainly focused on device manufacturing. So first off, they will need to fully redesign the hardware that they already have, because that hardware is not able to send any data anywhere. It's basically like a hard-coded thing. So that's one of the first things. And by that time that they will already be doing that, we're moving, because we're a startup, we're moving fairly fast compared to them. And we're gathering a lot of data about every single student and how they use, and basically it automatically upgrades our system from the software side. So we'll be already also one step ahead from them by like collecting all that data too.
On that list that you have of products on the competitive landscape, what of the software exists today versus needs to be still be created? So on this list, you have, is it just the dashboard that's created, or do you already have personalization?
All of these things happen, we already integrated in our pilot program too. From them, we're receiving feedback, like general feedback about what more features could be added, what could be actually removed because maybe they did not use it. So we're focusing on that side right now. Is, I would say, polishing the final product.
And so how much of each use case as the company scale needs to be custom developed software at all for specific students, or how much of it is true streamlined SaaS kind of product?
That is our final goal to make it like really easy to just give it to any other school too. They will be just creating a Braillebox account through our dashboards, and they will be able to link all the teachers, all the students that are using their, like our specific products directly to their accounts. And teachers will be also able to like just assign the parents to the specific boxes. So the hardware here is basically like to be able to, for us, to get all that data to the software. Software is really adaptable and can be adapted to any other school too, right? Even right now, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so next up we have OS Keyboard, and this is represented by Sita Chang, and the other teammate is Alan Yin, but today Sita will be representing the company, and they're from Carnegie Mellon University as well as Purdue University. So OS Keyboard is a split ergonomic keyboard integrated with analog input devices and optimized for shooter games. The new keyboard layout massively improves the speed and accuracy of gameplay, and it now currently has 40 plus paying beta testers and is moving towards mass production.
Hello everyone, I'm Sita, Alan's at Purdue. He cannot be here today. But basically, we're OS Keyboard, a hardware company. We're trying to build the next generation of gaming keyboard for shooters games. So video games used to be simple. There were only a handful of keys to press. Your thumb and pinky each press one or two keys, and the three fingers in the middle press about 7 or 8 keys, which is highlighted in yellow. But as games get more and more complex, that number jumped to over 20 keys. And the game expects you to use the same 3 fingers to press those keys in high frequency and in a short amount of time. And that creates a traffic jam. Just look at this clip. The 3 fingers in the middle are constantly switching between spaces. And the thumb keys, the thumb and pinky are just like dangling in the air, not doing much. While the other 3 fingers just go crazy. And this is not something that can be solved or improved by just practicing more. This is like the top comment under a YouTube tutorial, and let me just translate this to non-gaming language. So like, man, I'm physically unable to do this complex sequence of keystrokes that's required for competitive gameplay. Why am I bottlenecked by this physical limitation? And the physical limitation is caused by the traditional keyboard layout that cannot keep up with the modern gaming needs. And this is why we're making a better keyboard layout for gaming. So this is our product, O2. Basically, you split the keyboard in halves and you stick a joystick to both sides. And this basically allows your hand to move toward the center a little bit, and then you can see the distribution of keys that's given to each finger is much more balanced. And since it's a joystick, you can have the 360 degrees of input instead of just pressing one space bar using one finger. And the essential the core value is that the thumb can act in parallel with the keys. So it's like, in terms of like maneuverability and just like the agile of the gameplay, it's like having additional arm or leg in the gameplay. And that's critical, especially in shooters games, where split seconds would make all the difference. So this was the YouTube tutorial that I mentioned before, like the finger moving back and forth, not ideal. With our solution, it's easy as that. All fingers can stay in the same place, no travel in the air time, and it coordinates very beautifully. So after posting this to online gaming communities, we gained a ton of views and interest. More than 150 people, like just internet strangers, joined our group chats, and we convinced a third of them to pay for $100 price on our prototype to test out for themselves for 3 weeks. The testers can return the prototype for a full refund for any reason. Like as long as they don't like it, they can return it. But we're glad to see that all of our testers kept the product after 3 weeks and kept using them afterward. But it doesn't take 3 weeks. In fact, it only took 1 week of usage, which averages around 5 to 10 hours of gameplay. The testers are able to fully adapt to our new keyboard layout and gain some impressive stats boost. A 5% increase in win rate and 0.2 EKE may not sound like a lot, but if you look at the competitive gameplay charts, that's the difference between top of the board to not even on the board. For market, our beachhead market is targeting the 375,000 FACEIT players, Counter-Strike players, and FACEIT is basically a third-party platform that the most top 20% players use specifically for competitive gameplay. And from there, we expand to more shooters games, and then eventually we'll adapt our product lineup to adopt to games in general, not just shooters game. So I'm Sita. I'm an electrical and computer engineering major at CMU, and I've also been a keyboard vendor and content creator for years, starting from high school. And I did the electrical and the hardware early prototypes. Alan is from Purdue, and he's been a full-time intern at Tesla for industrial design, and yeah, he'll be working on the industrial design and pushing toward the final mass-produced product design. This is our current roadmap. We've been through 2 rounds of beta rounds, one in China, one in the US, and there's just some lovely pictures from our users as well. And then from there, we are applying what we learned from the beta testing and iterating on our prototype design. And that's what we're going to use the prize fund for. And then eventually we hope to bring on another co-founder for sales and raise another pre-seed to fund the Kickstarter campaign. And then from there, hopefully we have a successful campaign, and then we push mass production from there. This is our competitors, and we're surprised that out of the 40 plus testers, I remember at least 7 or 8 testers who already own our competition products. And we can see that some of the keyboards have analog inputs, but there either isn't a full keyboard layout. And one thing I think these keyboard manufacturers don't get is that after the user interviews and our testers interviews, we realized the situation is more like after I got back from home or from college, or I just want to sit at the desk and just play. But they want to usually the desk space is not that much, and you want to save as much desk space as possible. But you also do want to just keep one keyboard on the desktop for basic computer usage, like messaging your friends at Discord or typing in the chat or something like that. So these competitions only have one half. That means you have one half for gaming, but then you put another regular keyboard on the desktop, which is really not ideal. And the reason we chose a joystick is that it's a very familiar peripheral or hardware component that's to the gamers. So our gamers can pick up that muscle memory and just behave habitat really quickly. Okay. Thank you.
So basically, we've been just posting on social medias and getting behind the communities. That's where we got our initial you're not just, you're essentially freeing up these new fingers to do all kinds of action, and you can use the thumb for the kind of movement. So it's like adding two more fingers, three fingers into your hand, and that's a much better work because that's just adding a few more keys. Like this is I think our closest competition. They are also taking focus on the physical keyboards, and they're just adding a bunch of keys to the thumb. And from our interviews and personal usage, is
So what keeps the five from having a joystick to the pretty big product?
So we're applying for patents, and it's true that in the consumer electronics space, the competition can be pretty high, there's not much defensibility as it, but our hope is to launch first and launch fast and gain user, so that we can optimize in terms of onboarding and just compatibility with individual. It was like this movie example, they kind of like they're the first one to really like make analog switches really popular, and even though there are many copycats, so like big manufacturers, small manufacturers, all this trend and made their own alternatives, but it doesn't stop me from really and starting a new specific subcategory on the digital market and their own users, because there are no other solutions on the market.
That's the selling bit. So how would I know if I Figma to buy? And how would I buy?
Figma Defy, I guess if you're not actively looking for a gaming keyboard, you really don't know as well. But they also did a Kickstarter campaign. I think that's how most people know. Their initial Kickstarter campaign was roll stack. So they give a more traditional keyboard layout, like strictly split in half. And then they have one set, and then they move to the five.
But how do they sell? Like, is it, like you said, you just put stuff out on social media or?
Yeah, it's like directly from this direct sale on the website after the Kickstarter.
Is there any way to partner with one of these game people to say, hey, if you're using our name, you should buy OS keyboard or an OS keyboard comes with our name? I don't know, something that they can partner.
Well, that would be a pretty big key, of course. But that's how our advertising started. That's how our network started. We targeted specifically for Counter-Strike, and that got some traction.
Alright, so now we'll move on to our final presentation before the break. So next up we have Power of Play, and the team is Roa Shanshal as well as Dina Al-Samak. Roa will be representing the team today, and they are from McMaster University. So Power of Play is creating a child-friendly tool that accurately measures grip and pinch strength in young patients. Their company focuses on making data collection easy for rehabilitation therapists while being engaging for children to improve patient care outcomes.
Thank you for that introduction. Hi everyone, my name is Raj Shanshal. I'm the co-founder of Power of Play, and we're creating a tool that takes a play-based approach to pediatric rehabilitation. I'd like to ask you all for a favor. I'd like for you to hold up 2 fingers and squeeze with the other hand. That's it. You've just experienced the current standard of care for testing children's grip strength. No precise measurement, no real engagement. Just the squeezing of hands and the rest, well, that's up to guesswork. Now I'd like for you to meet Daniel. He's an 11-year-old boy with muscular dystrophy. Daniel has been seeing his occupational therapist, Michelle, for the past 2 years to build his hand strength because he struggles with day-to-day tasks like putting on his sandals, buttoning up his shirt, and even holding a glass of water. Michelle gives Daniel exercises to strengthen his grip, but she has no real way of knowing whether or not he's improving. From having him squeeze her hand to pinch apart Lego blocks, these subjective tasks don't meet the needs of a proper assessment. And not only that, but Daniel's a kid. He needs to be kept engaged in order to cooperate with his therapist. If Daniel isn't engaged, then Michelle can't get a full assessment of his pinch and grip ability. And without that accurate and sensitive measure, she struggles to put together a treatment plan that allows Daniel to meet his therapy goals. And it's not just Daniel. This is the story of a child in every classroom whose quality of life is affected by fine motor difficulties. For children with autism, cerebral palsy, or neurodevelopmental disabilities, they deserve accurate measures to support their care. That's why we've created a 3-in-1 child-friendly hand strength measurement tool, and it's unique in 2 ways. First, our highly sensitive device objectively measures 3 types of grip strength: hook, cylindrical, and pinch. And second, it's all about play. Our play-based approach encourages the child to do their best by rewarding them with LED lights and a roaring sound as they go harder. And the best part is, it looks like a dinosaur. We've designed and developed our product with over 100 occupational therapists and physiotherapists, including private practitioners, clinical leaders, and children's hospitals across Ontario. And we've learned from these professionals that objective measurements enable therapists like Michelle and these 3 as assessments, allowing them to navigate treatment options, track rehabilitation, and inform surgical decision-making. The only comparable technology is the J arm. However, for young kids, their hand size and strength doesn't register a reading. It's like weighing a blueberry on a bathroom scale. And so therapists have tried other approaches, like a modified blood pressure cuff or a finger squeeze test. However, neither option is calibrated nor validated. Through usability testing with our end users and testing with over 130 children, we've demonstrated that our device is capable of capturing accurate and sensitive measurements of grip strength while keeping the child engaged during their assessment. And so, to get our device into the hands of therapists like Michelle, we're taking a B2B sales approach to occupational therapy and physiotherapy clinics, as well as hospitals. Using a value-based pricing model, we've engaged directly with our end customers to assess what they're willing to pay and balance that with our costs to maintain accessibility, but also sustainability. And so with each device sold at $400, this puts Power of Play at a 79% profit margin. And our market is growing. Our aim is to capture the $11 million market in Ontario, New York, and Illinois before moving on to the larger market of pediatric therapy specialists in developed healthcare systems. Through a prior art search, our patent lawyer has confirmed that our invention and device is novel and inventive, meriting a utility patent to protect its functionality and a design patent to protect its unique shape. We've also partnered with a regulatory expert who has confirmed our regulatory pathway, and we're drafting a quality management system to be audited ahead of our FDA and Health Canada regulatory registrations. We've connected and engaged with over 150 clinicians who we continue to work with today. And we've presented at international hand therapy conferences, including IFSHD and EFSHD, where we've connected with US-based and international key opinion leaders who are keen to pilot our device and champion it within their clinical networks. This will help populate our clinical validation studies, which is key to establishing product credibility, especially knowing that these clinicians value peer recommendations, evidence-based practices, and clinical validation research when adopting new products. And with that research in our back pockets, we'll be able to form relationships and partnerships with a leading children's healthcare institution, as well as a distributor. To date, we've built our proof of concept prototype and tested it with over 130 children at a local daycare in Ontario, Canada, where we've been able to start collecting early normative data and also test the reliability of our device, where we've achieved gold standard reliability metrics. Based off of this iteration, we filed our US provisional patent and have drafted 16 of 20 of our standard operating procedures for our quality management system ahead of FDA and Health Canada filings for our 510(k) exempt Class 2 medical device. And we're gearing up for a year of success ahead. We're currently working on our beta product and are drafting protocols to continue research at McMaster's Children's Hospital as well as the University of Minnesota. In early 2027, we will have our manufacturing partner produce our first batch of units to generate $20,000 in a pre-sale ahead of market launch in the US. And later on, we will be launching in Canada, leveraging our Canadian-based key opinion leaders and also a marketing and sales hire to drive sales. We'll be expanding sales volumes through a distributor contract as well as expanding our product pipeline. We expect to break even by year 2 post-launch, and through our marketing and sales efforts, we expect to see a steady growth reaching $4.97 million by year 5. Our initial scaling strategy is to offer the device for at-home therapeutic use in a 2-pronged approach, reaching the pediatric and geriatric segment. Long-term, our vision is much larger than a single device. Power of Play is setting the standards for data-driven and standardized pediatric rehabilitation, where by integrating into clinical workflows and upcoming digital health platforms, we're able to set the baseline and the backbone for tracking rehabilitation and tracking motor function for all children throughout their care. And our team is comprised of experts in engineering design and clinical product validation to ensure that we're able to disrupt industry standards for these patients. Of the $215,000 we need to launch our product, we've raised $110,000 through non-dilutive funds, competitions, and grants to support IP, regulatory, and early product development. Judges, your $5,000 are key to helping us complete our beta product ahead of our clinical pilots, which is important for our regulatory submissions. We're also seeking early investor mentorship and support in the medical device field in order to help our product get closer to launch. Time and time again, we see that individuals with disabilities, especially children, remain underserved, but not at Power of Play. At our core, we aim to ensure that these individuals are seen and heard within their healthcare spaces. So together, let's get to grips with reshaping rehabilitation and put the power of play into children's hands. Thank you very much. The blue thing, this is an LCD screen for the measurement to be displayed on. Yes.
So the person that's working with them, the clinician, how are they getting data, or are they getting?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Currently, the way that they work with kids is they just ask them to grip their fingers, and that's the extent of the data that they're using. They don't actually have a measure to keep track of whether or not they're improving, of whether or not their treatment is working the way that it's supposed to, and it's making treatment for these kids significantly more difficult, especially in comparison to the adult populations who do have the devices that are tailored for them that work as they're expected to.
But what is your device give them?
So it gives. Yeah, for sure. So as the child grips harder on the device, there is a load sensor within the device that measures the grip, the force deflection that's being enacted on the load cell, and then that grip measurement is displayed on the screen for the therapist to use. So what therapists are looking for is maximal grip effort, which is why that biofeedback component is really important, because cause and effect is something that all children can intuitively understand. It's not something that needs verbal instruction, which is something that's really important with the kids that we're working with, especially if they're kids who are super young, or they have autism and they don't know how, they can't follow instructions, or they have neurodevelopmental disabilities. So a therapist is able to give this device to a child, they grip on it, they see that the lights are lighting up along the spine of the dinosaur as they're gripping harder, they're hearing that sound, it's giving them that feedback to grip even harder, and then the therapist is able to extract that, or to get that maximal grip effort displayed on the screen.
I want to have that question, the data then, so workflow, does the clinician have to manually write down the data, or does it go on top of the data application?
Yeah, thanks for that. Basically, the value is displayed on the screen for them, and then they can record that into their existing clinical workflows. The reason for that is because this is something that's completely brand new for this field. They are used to very low tech, or in fact even no tech options, and they have their current workflow for how they record in progress. When we're first trying to break into this market, we don't want to make something that is inaccessible or not feasible for them to implement into their workflows. So as it is right now, they're able to get those measurements and just record them into whatever charting system they currently have. Later down the line, as more places are more open or start implementing more data-driven solutions, we'll be able to basically refine the device or iterate the device to adjust to those emerging digital health platforms.
And the outcomes that are produced on the screen is powered by the data.
No, it's only the private information for the patients to use, or for the clinicians to have. So that would be therapist patient confidentiality. We don't store any of that data on our end. So clinics have budgets there's two different kinds of clinics. You will have your private clinics that are run by the therapists themselves. It could be a solo therapist running their own clinic, or it could be a one therapist running a bunch of therapists who work under them. They will have budgets for buying new products as they see fit for the children that they work with. So we've interviewed with those people to make sure that our devices match the budgets or are reasonable for them to purchase realistically. Within hospitals, it's more of they have partnerships with medical device distributors, so there's more of a chain of command in order to get a device into a hospital system. And so for that, our commercialization plan is to essentially focus on private clinics before we expand to hospitals, to establish that credibility with enough clinicians and with the community to make the transition into a larger environment more smooth. This is $400 per unit. Yeah. So currently, we sell directly to businesses, mainly because this isn't just a device that you can get off of some retailer that anybody can access. This is a medical device that therapists can trust, that has existing research to back it up. So as part of the branding and as part of the trust that is associated with a medical device, it wouldn't be something that is just simply on where anybody online can purchase it. However, as we expand to a more at-home therapeutic use for pediatric patients and also for geriatric market, actually strengthen grip, that can be something that is sold through online platforms. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, so that concludes our first half of presentations. Right now we can take a quick break, so if anyone needs to use the bathroom or get some water or do anything, feel free to do so. And then upon coming back, we're going to have all the teams come back in, and then we're going to be doing a roundtable with our judges, so you can just ask questions and get to know you guys more. And then Anya's going to explain a little more about how this works, but we'll go ahead and break really quickly, and then we'll come back and do all that. Wait, do you guys want? Because I'm going to start doing out loud.
I saw it, yeah. I think it's.
Is he recording a stream?
Yeah, it says recording. It looks like it's recording. I can't tell actually.
Is he recording a stream? I have like
Hello, madam. Press completely yes. Before you want to follow your instructions.
no. Seriously. Because I'm going to do some pretty good recipes.
And then we can take it.
I'm going to say
Hello everyone. Hey, if we could all get seated, and we'll go ahead and start with the roundtable in a few minutes once everyone gets settled down, and I'll explain how it's going to work.
But I just remember her mom. She put it in my face. She's such a
No, wait, sorry.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, everyone. I can probably go ahead and get started with our roundtable right now. So just really quick, logistics to go over. We'll be having roundtable for around an hour, and then lunch is arriving soon, so we'll be having lunch and networking after, and then have the second half of our pitches for the day. So how this is going to work is our judges are up here in the front, but if you guys would like to turn your seats around so that all the participants can see you as they ask questions. And participants, this is a time for you to get to know the judges better, ask for any advice, anything from VC, entrepreneurship, startups. Feel free to pick their brains for an hour before it's like one-on-one networking. But yeah, we can go ahead and get started, so feel free to ask any questions that y'all have. Okay, don't worry about that. We can put it back afterwards. Yeah, you guys can go in a circle.
So, how are you?
I'm doing great. I guess, I don't know if this is a fair question to ask, but what are the judges looking for in today's moment?
It's kind of hard to answer because we've seen five.
I figured it's probably not a fair question to ask, so I guess I'll, exactly.
Maybe what we look for when we're judging just startups in general might be a little more helpful.
Yeah, or even as an investor, let's say, from comparing perhaps a VC perspective versus an angel perspective.
So I've done both, but I'll explain a little bit up here in Pittsburgh. One of the things that we really look for is the team. So we just ran through a postmortem of our last 60 investments over the last 10 years. And what we saw is whether they succeeded or failed, half of them, it was directly correlated to the team, the investors, or the board. It was all people issues. And so one of the first things we look at is team. And if the team doesn't work, none of the rest matters to us. I can make a B product with a great team, and they'll get something out of it. I can give an A product to a bad team, and it'll fail no matter what. So for us, it's always team first, and then we look at it.
If you want to consider us on the question for it. Our product is specifically in clean tech and blue tech, and right now, we know that there's a lot of investor hype around things like specifically AI, most likely, more often than not, AI using SaaS. So how would you, as investors or as VCs or even as serial entrepreneurs, suggest that we can try to compete and leverage differences as a clean and blue tech company to generate as much excitement as some of these AI startups?
I can tell you that I'm with an investor group called Robinhood. It's an angel investor group out of Philadelphia. And we're actually pretty shy about investing in AI at this point because, there's so much hype around AI, and we don't feel like we have the expertise to pick the winners. So we just stay out. In fact, it's kind of, something we avoid. On the other hand, clean tech is something that we've got members of our group that are material scientists from that area. We're, in Philadelphia, but we're a little bit wider. We're right near the Delaware border, so we've got a lot of it on for members of our group that have that kind of experience. So I don't think that's a problem at all. In fact, there's a very strong clean tech, environment in our area. So finding, I think the answer to your question, regardless of what the business is about, it's finding the area where investors have specific knowledge that are interested because they feel like they can be smart about where they're using their money.
I would say don't chase the hype. If you're an AI company, that's pretty good. your investors. Because these types of people come and they go, valuations go up and they fall down. And so we, as investors, don't worry about that. We worry about good product, good team, good pathway for us.
The world is not monolithic, right? And the same. It's made up of segments or communities. And there's a community for clean tech. And you want to speak just to that community. Your customers are in that community, your competitors are in that community, your employees' affinity for that community, and that's where you'll find the investors who care about it.
I think I'll add one other thing. I'm specifically a B2B SaaS investor, right? So I'm not going to have a wealth of knowledge in like a clean tech industry, but I think I just want to echo this point because there are hype cycles, and at the end of the day, as an entrepreneur, you're not building a business for tomorrow, you're building a business for 10 plus years from now, right? So unlocking the value of the ultimate consumer is the most important thing, and if you really have that down packed, I think you can figure out how you incorporate AI, whether it's in your actual product, whether it's from an efficiency standpoint for building. But it's really focusing on like what is the core need and how can I make that core need a really strong part of my messaging so that I can attract the right consumers, the right investor base, et cetera, for a very long period of time.
Is that a quick question? Is that, let's say you are a startup and you're building a startup, how would you build credibility around your startup in a field, let's say there are other players, and you are like a family startup compared to the other folks already?
We look for founder market fit first. I asked some of you guys, what is your connection to the market? Like what's going to make you interested in your market? We look for a different philosophy of attacking a known problem. So we are not a deep tech fund. So we don't look at new technology that's attacking a new problem. We're looking at known problems, new solutions. So what is the philosophical difference that you're approaching something with, and what niche are you going after? If it's, I don't know, I'm going to go with Braille. It may not be the entire Braille market. Maybe it's not that. Maybe it's just teaching the very first steps of learning Braille. Maybe it's just what's your niche and how do you want that one niche? And how do you go about it?
Every market has conferences that are usually organized around societies and trade organizations. And you want to build credibility, show up, meet people, talk to people early on, meet the organizers of the events, try to get on a panel discussion, right? Try to be a speaker, show that you're an expert, right? You can do these tactical things over time to build your reputation in a particular sector.
I think that goes back to the earlier question, like investors look, the simple line that people always say in the investor world is they bet the jockey, not the horse, which is what we talked about. It's all about people, and today's point, becoming, I guess the other piece there is grit. It's like showing that I'm going to do this, and probably the second piece would be scalability. How you going to scale.
We look for passion. Because the world of being an entrepreneur is a difficult world. It's a lonely world. People are going to be telling you your idea is horrible, they don't want it, you should quit. Everyone's going to be coming against you. So we look for those who are really passionate. They're going to go and they're going to fight through that wall and they're going to break it no matter what. So we're looking for that passion.
You also have right conscience, right? So because that's where the critical conversation is. So, working with doctors and making different things, hospitals, right? And also how many users you have. Could be beta users, could be paid users, right? For starters. And we actually assess based on that. If say 40 plus different companies using it, and then the feedback. So that we talk about that.
How have you seen across startups investing and I guess for companies that you work with closely, how has the mindset shifted over the past couple of years as like the way you even operate your business has almost completely changed where there's really no playbook for how to fully automate the business. It's more of just like, can you experiment something to figure out how to make things more efficient internally? So I guess like as this mental model of how founders think about running their business shifts, how to use investors as a mentor to kind of like guide founders thinking, or what are you looking for in businesses of today when it comes to how they approach this relationship?
For us, it goes back to the AI question. We look for what's the problem and what's your solution. Independent of where the market is today or any of those things, for us it's always been, first, what's the problem and the size of that problem? What's your solution? How well are you going to be able to succeed? Beyond that, then we can work. If those two are good, we can help you with the operations. We've all been in a lot of businesses. We've all seen a lot of businesses. That's the value we can bring. We can't solve those first.
You know, there's kind of a part of your statement is that business is changing so quickly. And, you know, my take on it is that as long as humans are still the customers, we're looking for unmet needs. You know, what's the problem? How do you solve it? What we know, you know, when I said we shy away from AI, not that we don't invest in AI. On the other hand, if you're not using AI, you've got to lose. Today, you have to be using it. So it's back to, you've got to figure out the most efficient solutions that create the solution, you know, the package that creates the solution for you know, the product solution, the operation solution, how to use all the tools that are, you know, at your disposal today. And it's, you know, things have changed, you know, for the last 100 years, things have changed fairly rapidly. Things are changing more quickly today. What we know is that those who don't adopt the new technologies probably have, you know, are at risk. So I don't know that business is changing that quickly. The tools are changing really quickly.
Yeah, I think the way to get smart about it is also surrounding yourself with smart people, right? There's a lot of people that can offer opinions, and I'm not saying take everybody's opinion, because then you'll be stuck in analysis paralysis, or you won't have, you kind of believe in this core of being a founder, right? But I think having those critical thinking skills and developing that along the way, a lot of it is through trial and error is what's beneficial.
I think one of the most interesting things about the story and how it ended up where they are. We heard a little bit about you guys, and I'm pretty sure you guys are all into this kind of people, but I'd love to kind of hear like your career path, how you ended up where you guys are. I know we got some time, so just take us to maybe we'll kind of go on the line and hear a little more about how you ended up where you are right now.
Yeah, I can go ahead and start. So my career path was kind of all over the place. So I started and graduated from CMU as an electrical and computer engineer. Went and worked at Intel as a microprocessor designer for 6 years. Found out I didn't love that life. Left it, got my law degree out of GW in DC. Was a patent attorney for the next 7 years at 2 different law firms. Eventually went in-house. Decided I didn't love that world either. Came back here to get my MBA. That's how I got paid. Thought I was going to be a project manager because everyone said engineers would go to the MBA and become project managers. I didn't know what it was. Halfway through, I took part of the competition like this one called ACIC. Fell in love with the venture capital world and then met the group called Blue Reality Angels at that time. Volunteered on their diligence team. Eventually ran their diligence team. Eventually became the executive director. And when we changed from Blue Reality Angels to Blue Venture Capital, I became the managing partner of the company.
Why did I do Angel?
So that was in the Midwest, and especially here in Pittsburgh. It was reasonable. It was hard, but it was reasonable to raise a sub-$2 million round. But what we were seeing with a lot of our companies was if we wanted to get to that Series A, in this region, let's say 3 to 15 million, there was no one in the region who could beat that round, so you could never get it off the ground. So what happened was all our good companies had to go to the West Coast and East Coast to get that Series A round, and we were losing a lot of talent here. So we decided we wanted to be one of the entities that could at least lead those rounds and bring that money and keep the company here.
So, out of college, I started my career at a startup that went from theater to Series A. It was in the regulatory technology space. And from there, they were working with an investment bank, and that kind of intrigued me in terms of actually aiding companies through more of a growth stage. So about 4 years, and there I kind of saw all spectrums of it. We had what's called a merchant banking arm, so we also invested in specific companies as part of going through like an advisory role, through advisory, and then also early stage consultancy. And through that, I really fell in love with the kind of earlier stage working with companies for longer periods of time, and I ended up at a VC firm that I'm currently at.
Try to keep this short because we all want to talk about it. But I'm a mechanical engineering major, and the Office School of Business in Philadelphia. Worked at a consulting firm in Washington for a short stint, and then ended up at DuPont, big materials. And when I left, I started consulting, and originally I actually structural design. We went from being a consulting company to an R&D company to a manufacturing company. So it was a series of pivots. Unlike most of the venture thinking that we have, we never raised capital. We just kept putting the profits back into the company. And we made a pivot into medical device and spent about 20 years building medical products, in the radiation therapy space. Dozens of devices cleared, so it's kind of serious entrepreneurship under one roof in one market, looking for one unmet need after the next. It was a very rich round. To do that, I was lucky about 10 years in. I started with an MBA at the company. It was kind of always my business school that my questions were acquire a company, how to look at the finance, consolidated balance sheet, things like that. And so ultimately, about 3 years ago, I exited. And I'm a very curious person and was, very interested, obviously. I'm kind of a natural entrepreneur. And was interested in the more formal entrepreneurial arrangement work. And I joined Robin Hood and started mentoring startups. For about 3 years. I'm active in a number of accelerator programs and really enjoy working with young, passionate individuals. Because there's no question, passion, perseverance, get a lot of points for things like this. It's worth it. What's it going to take to get over the next hurdle?
So I consider myself very, very fortunate from a very, very young age, probably 6 or 7. I was going to have my own business. And there's a lot around that. I don't think that everybody says that. But my DNA is kind of wired that way. I don't go into a lot of detail. Got out of my undergrad school, quick story, I was going to be a marketing major. My older brother, who's older and wiser than me, told me, get an accounting degree. So I said, you're crazy. And he said, you need that because you want to have your own business and you've got to understand finance. Very good advice. I finally told him that. So I started this little business, turning down jobs, and started a little business. The neat thing there, the only people that supported me in that decision of turning down jobs with big Fortune 500 companies was my parents. As opposed to usually your friends say, yeah, go for it, live your dreams, but your parents are like, why don't you just get a real job? It was the exact opposite for me. So I started this little business, true mom and pop, met my wife in the town we were in, which is a great story. She told me one day, she held up a newspaper, Don Jones, his picture was right there. He just donated money to Carnegie Mellon University, the Center for Entrepreneurial Studies. She said, you had to go to this school. I did. I have zero, I'm all very impressive because I have zero creativity. I have no idea what anything, I can't anything. So I said, Don, what am I going to do? I'm an entrepreneurial person. I'm supposed to come up with an idea. He said, Len, it's very simple. Find a business where there's no succession plan, buy it or sell it. And it was like, being a light hit me, and he said, I can do that. He said, yeah. So that's what I've been doing for the past long time. I've applied to 3 companies, sold and bought them. I'm in the candy business right now, so all year I'm so pretty excited.
mine is also all over the place. So I did my bachelor's, and then I had a startup. So I did it about after a year, bought by a company. It was a pretty big deal at that point. But then I did a master's in one computer science for I ended up as a researcher. Then I left research, joined corporate, go through consulting. I did AI. AI has always been there. I did AI back then, and also recently I teach classes for Stanford for advanced AI. It's very different because now with the level of compute infrastructure available, you can do a lot more things much faster. A lot of things that you wrote at that point in time as a concept, now it's really possible. It's pretty cool. And then usually I work inside bigger companies that start. We have its own capital. Usually, Tepper Amazon, AWS, or it has internally funded. Amazon has its own VC inside, right? So then, I need most of the team 0 to 1, then coming up with an idea all the way to the market and scaling it to probably about $1 billion to $10 billion, and then most probably like the advanced startup with another idea. So that's how that's what I like and I enjoy it. After it scales to a certain level, then it becomes very operational. Nothing new innovation going on, right? So I had to have some numbers and then keep going. So in the past, I used to work for Instagram, where again, at that point, TikTok was pretty famous. You believe that TikTok was going to build Instagram, but it never happened because at that point, we had so many fun, come up with ideas about Instagram, sticky and all that. The way it works. Again, some of them are, when it comes to social media, it's a copycat kind of thing, where there's no real data, right? So that's where this whole kind of parent procedure is very different in social media. You can directly copy it. Some are not great, some are really good copies. So right now I work for a streaming company. Again, it's like a very small company, bigger. Yeah, so in a way I also use satellite division, SpaceX and Starlink, so we
Coming from so many different perspectives, do you guys see value in diversity and creating, or do you think dropping out is cliche but it works? I'd love to get your opinion on that.
I do still see value. Right. So I did my master's, I did my MBA. Everywhere, it's all about whether you're studying something that you're passionate about. If you are, then definitely it's valuable, right? But if you're studying something just for the sake of the degree, then it's not, right? I still believe all of the things that I learned. It might seem like it's not useful at that point of time, right? But then later in your life, you will. And also, it depends. Like some of the things that might not be useful. For example, I'm not using a keyboard today. I'm not using, some use math techniques. But these things actually form the foundation. And most of the opinions that we currently stand on are formed by that.
You've got to learn. However it's going to be, you've got to keep learning. Whether it's going out into the real world, learning from professors. Here it's structured, a lot of information is thrown at you. But for me, it's always been about learning. And even right now, I'm learning from just these pictures, all sorts of things.
I asked that question because I come from a conservative South. Really learning any degree is always been hard. But I also think that what they say is kind of valid, and you should get a foundation for everything and build it from there. But I'm sure because as a founder, I think founders just go on this learning road where they learn the stuff they need for the product or for the startup. So I was still kind of wondering from their perspective.
Is everybody here getting a business degree? Okay, so the technical, all kinds of different degrees. That's interesting. Myself having an engineering degree, not having a business degree. I know that when I was in school back in the day, which is, we didn't use the term back in the as they're all dropping out of school. And I think when you look at the, you know, when you look at the people who really presented in society, there's this, you know, dropped out of school to do this, that, or that having those degrees is important. What I see is that's important. If I, you know, would have loved to have gotten an MBA when I look back on it, 20, 30 years ago, would have been great. I would encourage you to complete the degree. I think it's really important.
The advantage of being in a university, you have access to college of fine arts, history, business, engineering, law. You can take some electives that are not in your school. You can meet other people who are not in school. You can learn different perspectives. A lot of what you learn in university is not the material in the class. It is how to learn it, how to think, is different ways of approaching it.
The real important thing is the network you build. That's how things get done. Trust in other human beings. Maybe
You mentioned with depth and breadth. And there's a book called Range. Great book. You know, and my own personal opinion is that this range, having a breadth, is so important in entrepreneurial environments. Being able to take something from one field and another field and join them together, that's so key to the process, you know, the creative process, I think, of solving, you know, both product and business operations problems. That's key. And you get that at a university that has all these different disciplines. Knowing people that are outside of your own degree area is critical. Those contacts that go beyond your major are great.
Kind of a weird question, but if you have to give like one thing, I'm just kind of if you have to like, for a student travel specifically, what should be most take advantage of within these 2 years? To best maximize
I go with is meet people, meet other students, meet investors, meet teachers, meet professors. You're going into a class, look at the professor online. Do a quick Google search and see what they've done in their lives. Then talk to them. These hours are amazing, not to talk about the classwork, but talk to about them about their life experience.
And the other thing too, I see this with the kids I teach. The alumni network is huge. Every school has a powerful alumni network, and I just cannot believe how many students don't want to reach out to them. And as alumni, I'm sure we're all great. But if somebody emails me with, you know, CMU.edu or whatever our email is, I'm gonna answer. I can get an email from a million people and I delete. But if I see CMU.edu, I'm gonna open it and I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna probably respond. I know I'll respond. But I think, as Dave was saying, the connections are here. Your classmates, your professors, everybody that's here. Don't forget about the alumni. They're out there, and now you can search by what they do, where they've been, all that stuff. Just a quick story. One of my students was moving to Seattle to work for Amazon, and he said, I don't know anybody there. And he's from India, and he's like, what do I do? I said, go to the alumni directory, put it in Seattle, and talk to a few people. Came back the next week, he said, you know what, I found an apartment, I talked to some people that I'm going to meet when I'm there. It was like, it just opened up the whole world. So don't forget about it.
It sounds like basic advice, but I think you'd be surprised how few people actually take it and go on and reach out to people and have conversations. I've heard this, as probably the most recent out of school, I heard this a million times over. 0.5% of people actually take the advice and do this and meet the right people. And I think as you leave school, responsibilities will just continue to accumulate and compound, right? It may feel like you have a lot going on right now, but you actually have the most opportunity because you come off as, curious, insatiable, hungry for all these opportunities. People recognize that and oftentimes want to give back more than anything.
And just to piggyback on that, those people are because they were curious, they drove into some idea, they went out and did their own thing. So they see that in you and they respect that. And they'll talk to you.
And as a company that we're about to invest in right now, the Series A investment, it's going to be with our youngest founder ever. So it'll be a Series A raise. He's 25 years old, out of Boston College. He did not work any real corporate job. He spent the past 4 years going to industry conferences, meeting people. He has some of the best customers in this industry that you can imagine, purely based off of, hey, we had a conversation, and I'm going to follow up with you immediately. I'm going to remember exactly what we talked about. I'm going to work on actually building up as a relationship, try to be friends with people, try to be like a true network builder, and it's paid off tenfold. He's has an amazing business that he's going to grow. His investors all say the same thing. Youngest person we've ever invested in, but the most curious, hungry, and just good person that you could meet, and everybody kind of wants to back him. It goes back to that, back to the job he wants to do. I just want to take back very quickly to talking about reading. I think that was sort of talking about it's okay to have a bunch of different like passions because you're going to have to trust them all working together. And I noticed that when all of you were speaking, you have very in-depth, very experienced technical backgrounds, and yet you spent a lot of time talking about how much of it is the soft skills and it's the networking and it's the emails and the follow-up and the ability to hold eye contact and have a conversation that really sells founders. So I guess the question for you is why do you think there is that disconnect? You know, it seems like needing a technical background is a key to success. So how do you think the founders build that soft skill reservoir, or do we need that technical background? Is that a misconception? Many teachers, people that have a lot of English, people that love the other people that love public speaking because they're successful co-founders or CEOs without a technical background.
I would say you can buy it. So a couple of years ago, I was on a podcast, and somebody said, "What's your biggest success in this business?" And I was thinking about all the customers we gained, all the stuff. And I said, what's really most important is the team I'm building. You know, it's a team that I don't have to understand. I don't understand a lot of operational things. I'm dangerous on financial information. And because I've had accounting degree, that's the best thing I can keep everybody in check. And so it's finding those people, and somewhere along the line, I think you mentioned the team. You know, it's like, who is the team? The team doesn't have to all be you. You know, it's going to be other people that can support you and draw those.
Technical skills are an advantage. They're not the end-all, be-all. For us, we look at team and we look for a diversified team. What I mean by diversified is a lot of different perspectives. Because I want all of my team members to be able to cover each other's blind spots and then respect. They have to be respectful of each other and respectful enough to even bring up contradictory opinions and talk about it. And that's the only way that they're going to be able to succeed. If I have 5 people that all think exactly alike, they're going to walk into the same wall. And no one's going to say, let's not do that.
Well, and the best thing I tell people in my role, you know, which is day I referee. You know, I have a passionate operations person, I have a passionate salesperson, and I'm a passionate financial person. All you mind do is not the budget. And so there's this cross, you know, so this group wants to spend money, this one doesn't, this one wants to produce something, this one doesn't. So the role is just refereeing between the talent that you bring in.
I think that's great.
And I think also, as I kind of think about too, the role of a founder evolves, right? In the beginning, you have to be the builder, the best salesperson for your product, the best advocate, you can find the right people, or you have to manage a lot of things. As the business evolves, you know, what later stage investors look for is the ability to, you know, no longer be, the founder is no longer the main seller of the product, right? The founder is no longer in there writing code. The founder is able to surround themselves with the people who can do that and become that kind of referee. But the underpinning of all of those skills is you have to be a good people person, right? You have to identify the right people, you have to manage the right people, you have to maintain those relationships and network. It's all different
want you to be my investor because I know something about you, because we're connected, because I chose you. So the way I talk to a lot of my founders about this is, think of it this way. Most of us, especially the pre-seed seed investors, are going to be with a lot of our companies for up to 10, even more years. Most marriages in the U.S. last 7 years. You're with us for longer than most people are married, and you can't divorce us. So be very careful about who you pick to be on your pathway. Who's going to be whispering in your ear every day of the week.
Sorry, one question, slightly sidetracked. You guys, so when you guys stumble upon problems on entrepreneurship, do you guys prefer a consumer-first approach where you're talking to people about the problem and then building the product, or a product-first approach where you're building a product and then trying to find customers for the product?
I always think it's finding a solution for somebody's problem. And I mean, yeah, I mean, you can have the greatest product, but if nobody wants to buy it, who the heck cares? And I mean, the only, Steve Jobs can derail that whole thing. But the other thing to think about is what I just said. Now, you asked the question about, dropping out of school. And unfortunately, just like AI and everything else, the buzz is, Zuckerberg dropped out of school, Bill Gates, he dropped out of school, Steve Jobs dropped, and you hear this and it's like, oh wow, they were successful because they dropped out of school. Now, it's nice, there's so many more people that have been successful.
There's a unicorn exception.
They were successful whether or not they were going to drop out.
Yes.
There are a lot of other people who dropped out who were successful.
Yeah.
Right, I just think that because developing a product development or essentially it's being democratized in AI right now. So I'm thinking if I'm a computer science graduate from CMU, I have the same skills that another person who's an MBA graduate who's probably never read a word of a CS textbook also has the same skills. I probably understand some more concepts, but I think developing has been democratized or will be democratized in the near future. And that's the reason why I asked the whole dropping out thing, not because it's
You're asking whether a CS degree is valuable. Here's my thought about that. You're right to an extent, but my knowledge of how computer science works, how thinking about the order of, is this an order n squared, order ln, I can speak that language with you. Others aren't going to understand that. That allows you to have a leg up on how you develop your code. Because, yes, they might get out to market faster than you, but if it's an order n squared, they're never going to scale to the level you can scale at. So how do you do it well? And that's where you need people. It doesn't matter if you're a humanities, you need someone on your team who knows computers, someone who knows the industry, someone who knows people, someone who knows all of these different things. As the worst CEOs are the ones who think that they have to do it all alone.
Where did they know?
Right. That's the word.
The other thing is, that's a changing landscape question about barriers to entry. It doesn't change whether there's unmet needs or not. They mean that you can meet unmet needs more quickly. But if you think about it purely as a business question, it just changes one parameter of how quickly you can meet an unmet need when you can protect that space. So it may mean, as an investor, one of the things that we talk about in my group is, okay, so software is being democratized. Does that mean software-hardware combinations that mean unmet needs will be more protectable? Maybe that's a better investment. Doesn't mean software is not going to be the key to future solutions. But what makes a complete solution have a protectable moat? What gives it a differentiation and protectability? Just one element is this democratization of software ready. We don't know what will happen next 5 years, but that's what's
I think the bar is it's basically the previous software programs, AI will do that. So now we have to be able to set up human in the loop always on.
So we have startup projects here in the stores, and when I think about most inspired by I think about Facebook, Apple, Dell, those are like really kind of grassroots or like really from idea. Really
wasn't this big marketplace that came in. It evolved over time. All of these companies evolve over time. I don't think if you were to ask any of these founders what they were thinking about really on day one, way before they became famous, was this what they pictured? No. The picture changed. They might have pictured something big, but it might have been way over there. And they kind of made their way around to it. You don't have to have, you might want a very big idea, but you have to be able to pivot, move around, adapt to what the market says, and what you learn about yourself as well.
I mean, Facebook started that. That was supposed to be an online, on campus. And when I went to school, we had a book. You got a book with everybody's picture, where they were from and all that. They obsessed with, then they digitalized that. And that's where it was for, that group. And I never forget, in the early parts of Facebook, it was we were on vacation. And another family, a daughter, she went to UVA, and the mother was on Facebook, and the daughter turned to her and said, "You're not allowed to be on Facebook. That's for us. That's for us. Kids in school, you're not supposed to be on Facebook." So the point is, you don't know what's out there. Just start and look for opportunity.
Yeah, I wasn't asking about targeting being really big and all that. I was just saying, is there still capacity to even do that, no matter how you pivot or transfer into this, right? Like Facebook started a social platform and
there's always going to be a pathway. Think of Microsoft. When Bill Gates started it, he was supposed to fail. IBM was all servers. It was always going to be servers. Personal computers don't matter at all. No one's going to have a computer in their house. That's a stupid idea. IBM eventually fails, and Microsoft makes a big. You can't worry about, there's no pathway. There's the companies, so if you think about where we are today, and if you were to jump 10 years into the future, the biggest companies at that point, we may not have heard of today. And that will keep going up.
The S&P 500 is a conglomeration of 500 big companies that are out there. It's a stock index. It loses half of the companies go out of business or are acquired every 15 years.
So there's always an opportunity for a new way to do it. So that's the question.
The key is being able to figure out that opportunity.
Just a quick time check. We have time for 2 more questions. Hi guys, I'm Susie. I'm currently in biology at UCLA, and I actually never really saw myself as an entrepreneur, but I found a pain point in my nonprofit and for social innovator. And then my mentor kind of told me to push this idea forward. You have to be an entrepreneur. So a lot of times when you're in UCLA, you can go out and you're the alumni load and things like that. But I actually feel that internally like an outside support. So for example, like I have to go to Glasgow to work on my prototype, like I can take it on Shane's campus, and different sort of dilemma studies, maybe something on the campus. So I think like right now I'm trying to make up a lot of it by like seeking outside sourcing. So I've been in the business center and like reaching out to mentors and advisors, and I built a pretty decent team. But I think that there's that people that wanting to get so much support before you're missing school, because a lot of them are like foundations and whatnot, but also feeling overwhelmed where it's like, how much of this is actually practical? Because like I've been through 4 different accelerators and it's the same thing like, oh, I'm your pain point, I'm your customer, and it's like the NSF market discover all that, but it's like they get complicated.
So you're in one of the most lonely career paths available, but the good part is, so is everyone else in the circle. That's who you're going to rely on more than your school, more than some of the others, is the people who are going through it. Everyone has got that exact pain and can help you, at least give you a room in which to just let that out, even if they can't give you a solution to it.
Or transfer to Carnegie Mellon.
We have a social innovation part of the sports center.
Exactly.
The person that runs it for us is part of the whole prize infrastructure, right? So
I think
it's
you're
really
doing the right thing though, right? You're making opportunities for yourself. You're in this room right now across the country, right? So, and don't think you're the only one with that problem. Like, it's going to feel very lonely, but you're not the only one with that problem. Like, I wasn't a founder, but I went to a non-target school. I had 0 alumni in my network, and you just kind of have to build it out. It's just really tough because you're in early innings,
And
right?
don't feel like you have to go it alone. only to vent to each other.
And not everyone's gonna be open to it, right? But even if 3 people from this room, you never know who you're gonna meet for other people. Unfortunately, is that like you kind of have to be optimistic feedback, right? Like that is unfortunately the underpinning of it.
And you have to go on.
In fact, we all only invest in companies that are founded by 2 or more because of that.
What type of conventional pieces of startup advice are you all strongly disagree
Yeah.
I think faster is better is always one that I don't agree with. Like the, get out there immediately and put your product in market. And I think part of it is, yes, you want to get feedback, but I think in this world especially, reputation is really important. In all facets of our life, media is amplified, right? Not just in businesses. And word spreads a lot faster than it ever did before, and you're much more ripe for displacement faster than ever before, right? So I think faster is not always the smartest option when it comes to building your business and going to market. I think doing so in a staged, appropriate manner, getting the right feedback is actually more important. Having the right people around you is more important than what am I going to get from first dollar.
I think probabilistically that makes sense.
Who's telling you that?
I think you want to find a skill you lack, and then we're going to I was thinking about.
You guys, y'all can start grabbing food. Thanks for waiting. What a beer.
I have a conversation the benefit about this not yet. Investing. I don't want to give it
But it's fine, yeah.
phosphate pollution, which in turn mitigates cyanobacteria and restores environmental health and eventually prevents economic losses.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today. It is my pleasure to present to you NIA Technologies, where Peyton and I are extracting excess aquatic nutrients using biological systems. So NIA Technologies is tackling a $25.7 billion and growing market. We combat unregulated recurrent inputs of nutrient pollution, and we are restoring ecosystems, aquatification, and lakeside communities. But let's take a really big step back and talk about phosphorus. Phosphorus is a non-renewable resource. It's mined, deposits are created, and these deposits become industry inputs to create commercial goods like fertilizer. Fertilizer is applied, but it rarely stays in the place that it's applied to. It's either applied incorrectly, it runs off due to wind, rainstorms, and other natural phenomena, and it ends up in our rivers and ultimately in our lakes. Why is this a problem? Why do we care that phosphorus runs off? Well, we care because phosphorus pollution has severe costs. There are two kinds of phosphorus pollution: non-point source pollution and point source pollution. Non-point source pollution is called such because you can't always determine where specifically it runs off from. Was it that pig farm over here or the cow farm right next door? Was it this plot of land or the acre right next to it? Was it this development project or the one down the street? Point source pollution is called such because you can trace it back to a specific sewer or a factory, which, for future reference, makes it easier for these companies to be held accountable. Regardless, both of these forms of pollutions are bad, and they create phosphorus depositions. And phosphates are food for algae, but not just any kind of algae, for cyanobacterial toxic algae. And not only is this algae problematic when it grows for public health concerns, but it's catastrophic for ecosystems when it dies, because the process of decomposition of algae creates anoxic environments, meaning that algae death uses up all of the surrounding oxygen in the water and leaves no oxygen for fish or for plants to breathe. So this leaves Lake Erie with over $100 million in annual economic losses. We can break this down even further. So of the up to $250.6 million that Lake Erie will lose in 1 year, up to 5.6 of which is due to organic death and decay of the fish and the plants that I referenced in the previous slide. $4 million and more is used just to decontaminate water so that it's safe for drinking and for industry applications. Up to $225 million of this is economic loss due to tourism and recreation. And up to $16 million is a loss of property value. In addition to the $250.6 million caused by the algae blooms, Lake Erie also spends $174 million trying to fix these algae blooms. But as you can see, it's not been effective. So, despite $400 million year after year of both costs due to algae blooms and investments in solutions, the problem persists. So, what are people doing to try to solve this? Well, you can be like Utah, and you can throw $3 to $4 million of taxpayer money at this problem. You can implement temporary chemical solutions or regulate point source pollution. But because the EPA Clean Water Act only allows you to regulate point source pollution, because companies can be held accountable for that, it doesn't allow you to properly regulate and remediate non-point source pollution, because there's no way to figure out where specifically it's coming from. In addition to that, these temporary chemical solutions are exactly that. They're temporary, and more often than not, as we learn, they're ineffective. So despite a $3 to $4 million investment trying to lobby for point source pollution regulations, non-point source pollution persists. And despite investing in chemical solutions, they fail. So algae persists. It's evident through our 70-plus customer interviews that stakeholders need a solution. We've interviewed water quality managers, we've interviewed waterfront businesses, we've interviewed waterfront property managers, we've interviewed the heads of summer camps, of lodges on lakes. It is evident that this problem is pressing. What if we told you that we could solve Lake Erie's $400 million a year problem in just $45 million over 5 years, just $9 million a year? Well, I'd like to introduce to you Cyrene.
Cyrene harvests phosphates before algae can. Our specialized buoy uses biochemical systems to absorb dissolved phosphorus in that lake water Malia just discussed. NIA Technologies therefore treats pre-existing and existing phosphate nutrient inputs and pollution. And that protects our aquatic ecosystems, which is incredibly important to many different systems in these regions. We also recapture and recycle these phosphates for future use by fertilizer and industrial products that are using phosphorus to manufacture. So, how do we do this? We first filter water from a water source through a leak prevention membrane. This will filter out any microorganisms or contaminating chemicals that could increase our chances of contaminating our recirculation basin. After it enters our recirculation basin, it will be pumped into our filtration cartridge. And this cartridge has a mix of biological and chemical systems that will help to filter this phosphate out of the water. After the recirculation basin continues for a few cycles, it will be returned to the lake through phosphorus-depleted membranes that will help us to prevent any biological or physical phosphates from entering the lake. This prevents any leaching of our system into the lake. We will then extract and resell these precipitated phosphates back into that fertilizer industry we're discussing. So where did this all come from? We started with a membrane-bound import protein, but we found that with customer interviews it was simply too slow. We then moved to a bead-bound channel protein as it's quite faster, yet too expensive. It's $2,000 per milligram of protein, and that just doesn't match our customers' needs. So we designed a system that's speed at scale and prioritizes per unit affordability. And this biochemical system can extract 20 grams of phosphorus per day, and that's at a $3,000 system that lasts 90 days. This then removes this removes 4,000 grams of phosphorus per season at only $6,000. And for a lake like Perkins Pond, which is a medium-sized lake in New Hampshire, they have 59 kilograms of phosphorus, which means that we can filter their lake in about 3 years with 5 buoys.
So nanotechnology seeks to fill a gap in a growing market. Our incumbent competitors like Phoslock are dump bags and bags of chemicals into lakes in hopes that they will bind with phosphorus and precipitate down the phosphorus sediment. Sunflow is a wind turbine that is put into lakes to simply mix up and break apart algae. Sunflow costs $70,000 for 3 wind turbines, and Phoslock costs $1,000 per kilogram. So not only does nanotechnology have permanent phosphorus removal and concern for the environment and ecosystem impacts, but it also has a low recurring cost after initial purchase. Our VTech focus is on $174 million of public funds and a $25.7 billion market. The nutrient reduction funds of the EPA's 319 program and adjacent programs like the HOA association fees will be what we target first, followed by federal, state, and local funds that are allocated for water quality grants. And finally, we'll move to the private sector, where there are private lakes, watersheds, golf courses, and other sorts of water bodies that are not government grant contracted, but are just as desperate need of solutions. So what's unique about us is we have 3 diverse revenue streams across 2 customers. We're able to sell our buoy a la carte with a razor blade or subscription model for the bioreactor cartridge replacement. And this goes directly B2B to our water quality managers, let's say. We are able to extract, using those replaceable cartridges, the phosphates that we've captured and sell them back to fertilizer industries, for example. We have a 5-year plan where we are going to be able to get from idea to beta launch in just 2 years. And let me tell you why we're going to be able to do that. It's because we have traction that speaks for itself. We have over 70+ customer interviews with a 40% response rate from cold emailing, where the industry standard is only 5 to 7%. This speaks to how desperate people are to talk to anyone who might be able to help them solve their problem. And this is also prevalent in that we've signed an LOI so far with just a virtual proof of concept, because we don't have the capital quite yet to start doing a physical proof of concept. And we have 7 more LOIs in progress. Additionally, we are finalists for the MIT Water, Food, and Agriculture pitch competition happening April 29th. So our ask is for $5,000 to fund our physical proof of concept and for money to cover incorporation. Given that we are a smaller team than some of the other teams pitching today, this $5,000 actually goes really far and helps to take us from one stage of our company to another and secure those other 5 of the 7 LOIs we have in progress. So the team brings venture experience, technical skills, and tenacity. I've worked both on the investment side of venture capital with Plug and Play, and I'm an operational head now as the CEO of Nine Technologies. Additionally, I've given a TED Talk, which speaks to my people skills, my ability to foster connections, and to create a meaningful and impactful storyline. I also worked for 2 months in environmental research in Kenya, which speaks to my ability to foster stakeholder solutions and put communities first. Peyton is the CTO and co-founder who studies cellular and molecular biologists at the University of Toronto, and she therefore brings the technical expertise needed to bring this product to life. She has also co-founded another startup through the entrepreneurship hatchery at the University of Toronto, bringing operational experience to the venture as well.
Who benefits for the suitcase? As I understand it, you're thinking that the public subsidies initially will be to pay for the movies, but the benefits will actually go to
Entire communities. So, for example, it might be the municipality of, I'm trying to think of this.
Sullivan County, for example, such as the one that Perkins Pond is in, which I referenced, and they actually have a great issue with this as far as their actual lake association is struggling with their funds that are coming from individuals, as you're saying, who would benefit from this solution, and like tourists and people who like to recreate. And we actually spoke to someone who said that their taxpayer dollars are going toward this, and so they really need to fund a solution that makes sense for both the person who's benefiting, so those people that like to recreate, but also the town itself, which is trying to buy the solution. So even though we're selling to towns or water quality managers, it's really important that these taxpayer dollars are spent right.
how much is the buoy? I think the Razor Blade piece is $3,000 per 90 days. How much is the actual buoy?
Yeah, so the actual buoy doesn't cost much to manufacture. It's mostly the biochemical system that's actually the most expensive. And so the actual buoy completely is $6,000 per season or $3,000 per cartridge. And so the actual shell of the buoy is just a simple polyform buoy, and so it's not very expensive to manufacture.
From the scope of this thing, I think you mentioned somewhere that you put 5 of these in the lake. So how big are they? Are they able to, you put 5 in that big lake right there, is all the water eventually going to go through them, or how do you force the water to go through them?
Yeah.
How does that all work?
So it's definitely a lake-by-lake basis, depending on stratification in different zones, depending on wind patterns, depending on how much boat traffic passes through them, because that also mixes up water. I know Peyton has some specific case studies that she can share with you about the rates.
Yeah, so in Perkins Pond, which is a medium-sized lake of about 157 acres, if you want to go to the second slide, I think. It's about 157 acres, and so this is the graph of how many buoys they would actually need. And so if we think about this, given it's a razor blade model, you can actually decide, oh, I don't have the capital to buy a buoy that's, say, 5 buoys, and that would make my lake just filled with buoys, which is not true. The buoy is actually a 10-inch buoy, so it's not very large. But regardless, if they are capital strapped or if they are unwilling to implement that many buoys in their lake, they are welcome to just take longer to filter their lake. So it's very specific and specialized to their needs and as well what they're expecting from us.
So it's a 10-inch buoy, like this big?
Yes.
And it just floats around in the lake?
Yeah, so it's a marine buoy, so it's very, I think it's about a bit larger, but it's still a marine buoy that would then filter the lake by pumping it through our system. It'll circulate a few times and then pump back out.
So that's because it's going to clean this lake, this one little buoy pumping around the lake, it's because the pump's pulling water in.
Correct. The pump is actually pulling about 900,000 liters a day at about 150 liters per minute. So that's how we keep our system saturated with water.
You mentioned that you can recycle phosphorus. If you're taking 50 kilograms of phosphorus out of a lake with a certain number of buoys, is it financially viable to recycle phosphorus?
Yes. So phosphorus, the current going rate of phosphorus is about $1,000 per metric ton. And so if we have this at scale where there's multiple buoys, there's also consistent incoming inputs. So for example, as Malia discussed from runoff, that's still coming in. It's not only 60,000 or 60 kilograms, so it's more than that. And so after we have this at scale, it will amount to about $2,000 per lake just to recapture the phosphates. And if we have that at, say, 50 lakes, that compounds pretty quickly. And so a lot of the other reason why we do recapture and want to recycle phosphates is due to the immense greenhouse gases that result from mining. And so this is a new way to make a non-renewable resource a renewable resource and recycle things so that people can use them again rather than just mining it, releasing greenhouse gases, and then creating more climate change that will actually re-intensify algae blooms.
So the business model is you sell the buoy, and then is there a service aspect to go get the phosphate out, replace the filter? So, I mean,
We're not entirely sure yet. We can either have it be a service model where we go to do that. I think once we're at scale, it might make sense to have a couple centralized offices in the Midwest, for example, and do that. But I think as of right now, we would just give them a shipping address, and they can ship the phosphate back to us, and then we can continue to ship them on from the phosphate industries. And of course, the customer that is able to ship to us our filters would get a cut of the money back from what we're able to sell.
Thank you. Any questions?
So is the mic working?
Yes.
Awesome.
Okay, so next up we have Pet Healthcare Innovations, and the team is composed of John Thomerson, Jonathan Matenko, Elise Woodall, James Catermore, and Sam Haysek from Florida Atlantic University. Representing the team is John. And Pet Healthcare Innovations has created a patent-pending and award-winning ecosystem of 6 products for mobility-impaired dogs. All these products work together seamlessly, resulting in less euthanasia, longer lifespan, as well as healthier, cleaner, faster, easier, and more affordable care.
Thanks so much. There's no clicker, right? Okay, perfect. Hi, I'm John Thomerson, the founder and CEO of Pet Healthcare Innovations. My family had a dog named Daisy with a medical condition causing weakness and paralysis of her legs. We had to hold her up when she went potty. We got back pain, and we even considered putting her to sleep. In response, I created a prototype device that provided structural support for Daisy for when she went potty or needed bladder expression. The device worked amazingly. We used it for over 2 years, and it saved Daisy's life. Here are a couple examples of dogs with mobility impairment. And this dog is having her bladder expressed. There's actually 14 million dogs each year, or 16% of dogs that see a veterinarian each year in the USA alone that suffer with a medical condition that results in their inability to support their own weight or mobility impairment, their need for their owners to hold them up for potty, or their need for bladder expression. These activities are messy, time-consuming, frustrating, and have a high risk of injury. 4,640,000 dogs are euthanized each year just because they have mobility impairment or need bladder expression. 74% of these would greatly benefit from our devices, and we can help save their lives. The original prototype that I made for Daisy, it had great opportunities for improvement. We created an entire patent-pending and award-winning ecosystem of 6 products for mobility-impaired dogs. The Potty Pal is a groundbreaking stationary potty station, and the Walker Pal is a revolutionary mobile walker. Pet owners can either place their dog in the devices or walk them into the devices with our best-in-class sling, harness, or hammock. The devices are adjustable to fit dogs of all sizes, and they maintain the dog in a stable and comfortable position. The devices are collapsible and easily storable. They're lightweight, and they allow both male and female dog postures for potty. The Walker Pal aids in mobility. It has a handle for pushing and pulling, and has lockable wheels. And here's a closer look at Potty Pal and Walker Pal. The Wheelchair Pal is our next generation wheelchair and is coming soon. Our best-in-class sling, harness, and hammock are integrated as part of our potty station, walker, and wheelchair, but can also be used independently. The Mobility Pal ecosystem devices provide structural support for the dog's weight. They're quick and easy to use and clean. They assist with mobility, exercise, and rehab. They allow a natural position for the dog to go potty, and they allow one person to easily express the dog's bladder. And this results in less euthanasia, longer lifespan, and healthier, cleaner, faster, easier, and more affordable care. And we interviewed over 125 potential customers and top experts, including veterinary professors from the top 20 veterinary schools. We learned that our devices are the perfect solutions for their most challenging pain points. We are introducing 2 new product categories to the space that do not exist, with our stationary potty station and our mobile walker that has an open entryway similar to a human walker. We're also offering our best-in-class sling, harness, and hammock that improves upon existing options, and then we integrate them with our framing systems to make our new and innovative products with our potty station, walker, and wheelchair. The Mobility Pal devices are clean and healthy, whereas diapers, potty pads, and traditional wheelchairs are messy, posing risk of infection and excessive cleaning. Our devices provide support for the dog's weight, and only the wheelchair also can. But our devices are fast and easy to use, whereas competitive methods are not. And in fact, most dogs that try to use a traditional wheelchair fail. We have filed a non-provisional utility patent to secure our competitive advantages. And our first utility patent was just approved by the USPTO. And we are already working on filing our second patent to protect our many innovations. 80 veterinary professionals completed our survey. Veterinary professionals indicated they were 75% likely to recommend Potty Pal and Walker Pal. The global total addressable market for our mobility ecosystem is $1.5 billion. And if we reduce that to the USA only, it gives us a serviceable available market of $744 million. And if we capture just 5% of that USA target market, we will earn $37 million per year in sales revenue. Our target market includes both dog owners and veterinarians. Owners of dogs, they're highly motivated to provide the best life possible and avoid euthanasia. We will sell direct to consumers through veterinary recommendations and via retailers. We will persuade veterinarians to recommend, sell, and use the devices, so the devices will become the standard of care. We will also allocate a large budget for paid social media marketing, search engine optimization, and online marketing. When we sell through our veterinary recommendations, we will pay them a commission of 25%. And when we sell through our online marketing pathway, we will allocate a similar budget of 25% for marketing expenses. Our prices range from $325 down to $35 per unit, and owners of dogs have indicated they would be willing to pay almost anything for the long-term health and comfort of their dog. Our gross profit will be 74%, and our cost of acquisition will be up to 28% of net sales. We will sell 12,000 units in 2027. By 2031, we will fully capture that USA target market, serving 123,000 dogs and owners, earning $33 million in sales revenue and $12 million in earnings. After our mobility ecosystem, we will expand into a new area of innovation in the $261 billion pet care market with a new ecosystem of products. We have established a prototype testing and feedback team that includes 33 clinical professors of veterinary medicine from the top 20 veterinary schools. Our veterinary advisors have indicated an extremely strong demand for many excellent expansion opportunities. We will found the Pet Healthcare Innovations Foundation and donate 5% of our pre-tax profits to the foundation to help pets and owners in need. We are currently working on building physical prototypes for our designs. Looking forward, we'll engage in additional user testing, build our website, engage in fundraising, and launch our sales in Q4 of 2026. We have graduated from prestigious accelerator programs, won awards, been recognized as a next generation inventor, won significant non-dilutive funding, provided internships, and formed key strategic partnerships. We're currently raising $50,000 in funding to finish product development for our Mobility Pal product line. I have worked as a consultant, I worked as an entrepreneur, a consultant for Deloitte, an internal audit leader for a public company, and a college instructor and researcher. I'm currently finishing degrees in mathematics and neuroscience, my third and fourth degrees at FAU. Jonathan is our engineering lead. He has a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in mechanical engineering from FAU, and he has years of experience leading successful engineering projects. Elise is our veterinary engineering lead. She has a bachelor's degree in biology from FSU and is working on a master's of biomedical engineering at FAU. She has a wealth of experience in veterinary contexts, ranging from veterinary clinics, veterinary hospitals, and even animal sanctuaries. Jim is our manufacturing lead. He is finishing his degree in geomatics engineering at FAU, and he has extensive experience in construction and fabrication. And Sam is our marketing lead. He has a bachelor's degree in neuroscience and a master's degree in business from FAU, and he's founded a successful marketing consulting company. Prototype House is our strategic partner for product development, and they are a premier product development company. And Daisy 2 and Daisy 1, they are our chief dog officers. We have an incredible team of advisors. Scott was the chief marketing officer for a public company. Kevin is the director at FAU's Entrepreneurship Center. Ed was the founding chief sales officer at Nickelodeon, a cable network. Audrey is an attorney at her own firm. Bob was the CFO for a public company. Charlene is an executive leadership coach. Matt is the CEO of Prototype House. Paul is a co-founder at Fleet IP Law. And Ramesh was the senior director at Engineered Solutions at Jabil, a public company. And of course, we are Pet Healthcare Innovations.
How you're going to get best in sell this, and is my understanding that pet only acquire product for their veterinary clinics through distribution channels like Mars or Banfield or those areas?
Yeah, for our primary goal for veterinarians is to get them as ambassadors. And their main mission in life is to save the pet. You know, they want to improve the health. So we want to convince them, rightfully so, that we're making the best products in the world. We're using them to help us design them. They told us everything that they wanted, and then we went and made it, and patent part of it now, we're patenting more of it as we speak. So getting them involved in the process and as part of this innovation process, getting them on board as ambassadors so they can recommend the best products in the world, and then paying them a commission on top of that just to sweeten the deal is our primary goal for the veterinary pathway.
So your gross margin cost of goods sold, where do you get the manufacturing costs from?
So far, we've worked with our prototype house is our partner for premier product development, the prototype development company. They also have relationships with manufacturers all across the United States and abroad. So I've worked with them to try and estimate the cost of materials as of now. We haven't yet matched with our manufacturer, so we're going to refine that estimate once we have our official manufacturer. But we use them and an estimate of the material cost to come up with our estimate of the cost. And then we also compare that against existing dog wheelchairs that are on the market that use similar materials and estimating what their cost would be. So we look at it from both ways.
What is stopping someone from just copying this and putting up their own product and their own brand? What are you going to do?
So we did file, we had our first patent approved by the USPTO. It covers the ability for the dog to squat using extension straps. And we're going for much broader coverage to get to cover everything you're seeing that's unique, essentially. And that's why we're filing our second broader patent right now. So as far as our claims are accepted by the USPTO, we can protect those legally with our patents, but we do know that costs money as well, and being the first to the market and establishing our strong brand is going to complement that and help us be successful, in addition to intellectual property.
What are the products you anticipate being launched as part of the wheelchair bus model? Is it going to be the wheelchair with the personal sling?
Yeah. So the harness that we're emulating, for example, has been recommended by many veterinarians, and they recently sold their company, and all they sell is a harness. So we're basically that one product is going to be able to hold an entire company. But I think our smartest move is to launch with the potty station because it's the easiest thing to develop. It doesn't move, it doesn't need to be agile, and what we have is already ready to go. So that, along with the sling and the harness, gives us a perfect way to enter the market with no competition on the potty station. We do have competition on the sling and the harness, but they're already in high demand, and with veterinary assistance, we're emulating the best products in the world and making them better. So I think that's our best way to get started, and I think the revenue would be shared between the harness and the potty station at that point, because the harness is a highly needed thing, and so is the potty station. So the sling is as well, but it's just cheaper, so dollar-wise, I think it's going to make them a smaller share.
There's two things, the sling and wheelchair, you have competition with.
The sling, okay, so the sling and the harness are already used in the market. So what we're doing innovative is bringing them and allowing you to unload them into our training systems to make a potty station and a walker that you can walk into with an open entryway, similar to like a human walker. You know how you walk into a human walker, you don't have anything in the way? Well, dog wheelchairs, they have something in the way. So veterinarians, they want to be able to walk these dogs in, and instead of having to pick them up and place them in, back them in, or whatever, they just want to be able to walk them in, similar to human walkers. So the innovative part is integrating them with the training system to make the potty station as a walker. It's a great question, and the need for help really goes up as the dog goes up in weight, and until you get to a certain point when the dog is so heavy it becomes prohibitive, and at that point you kind of need like lifting tech to help somebody deal with the dog. Eventually we may develop some lifting tech, and it's already established in our patent that we filed, we're going to see that and focus on the dogs that are a little bit easier to handle. And if a dog is smaller, it's easy to pick it up, place it into a potty station. If it's bigger, that's why we needed the harness to be able to use the handles and help lift the dog up. And if a dog needs a whole body support, then we'll bring the hammock into play, which is not currently used for these purposes. It's something to use in like cutting dog's hair. Typically, there are some somewhat similar products on the market, but using that to help pick up the dog with even more full body support, if it's bigger and needs more support, and bring it into something, then you can use the hammock. So the hammock gives you more support option. But the preferable situation is the dog has some mobility and enough that you can help it walk with the harness. That's really the sweet spot. And you can walk it in, unload it, and do your business, do your walk, whatever it is that you have to do, and then bring it back out. And the dog lives in the harness, so it just leaves it on, and it's convenient. It's always ready and good to go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Basics OS, and representing the team will be Akil Smith and Ara Barudwaj from Carnegie Mellon University. So Basics OS is an open source platform for building AI-powered internal tools and deploying them to desktop and mobile in one click. It's a one unified content layer across your company where agents don't wait to ask for your prompt, they act before you ask.
We live in a world of rapid software development, to the point where now creating software is easier than ever. So every company in the future, we predict, will be building not just their own products, but the product that they use to run their companies in-house. In fact, if this isn't coming, it's actually here. It's projected by 2030 that 85% of enterprise companies will churn from some SaaS subscriptions and build things in-house. But the real problem is not actually building these tools. It's deploying, securing, maintaining these products at scale. Now that you're actually building things in-house, you need to think about this. You need a quick way for anyone on your team, whether they're technical or not, to be able to create these tools, create these automations to actually be useful. The reason why you want to have all of these things in-house is in 2026, the most valuable asset that companies can have is their context. Context is key. If you've heard anything about AI agents, OpenClaw, a lot of the world, where the world is going in terms of agents, context is the thing that actually makes these agents actually operate. And being able to consolidate the context, and your context or your company data, this is how your company runs, this is the workflows that you're doing, everything about your company that actually makes it function, that typically just lives in your brain. A way to store that, not across tons of different tools, but in one place, is the real way to enable full automation. Vercel was able to do this from a deployment perspective for websites where you can really build anything and get it to the internet instantly, and we're doing this for an entire company operating system for the tools that a company would use internally. Why is this important? Why is context so important? I think it comes down to how we think about the 4 levels of enterprise AI adoption. There's level 1, which most companies find themselves at right now, where they take documents, they put it into some sort of AI system, and they wait for some sort of response, insights, they have to do some sort of work. This is where most companies are stuck. Level 2 is where you see a small amount of companies that consider themselves to be AI native right now. They're using some sort of plugin to their CRM, to their meeting note takers, and they're trying to have Claude or these other platforms consolidate all of this context into some useful sort of automation or tooling that actually can get things done. But this is actually bounded by the context ceiling. Because all of your context / data of your company lives across all these different tools, or it lives in these cloud providers like Anthropic or AWS's servers, all of the context in your company's processes, literally the most valuable asset of your company belongs inside of OpenAI or Anthropic servers, you're not able to reach the levels of execution of level 3 and 4 in automation, like level 3 being the agent is actually able to understand enough of your business to where it can actually start prompting you instead of you prompting it. It knows enough about how your company works, what tools you're using, has easy access to it, to where it's prompting you to just review its work as with human in the loop, instead of you prompting it to do work. And eventually, over time, as you give it more of affirmations of the work that it's doing, it's able to reach the level 4, which is very risky right now. But if you create a seamless transition system like what we're proposing here, you're able to get to 4, which is full automation, to where you actually trust your agents to do work without you even being in the loop, because you went from this transition of you prompting it to allowing it to prompt you, and you're approving the task that it's doing. So that's why we built Basics OS. We're a desktop workspace that consolidates all of the tools that you use today and the tools that you will build tomorrow into one place so your context can actually be used for meaningful automations. So how does it work? So first, you grab our open source template. Inside of our open source template, you have things that are already built out, like CRM, similar to Apptio, meeting recording, similar to Granola. And your options here are you either can grab one of these templates to then consolidate context, because now you're not bounded by the APIs of the companies that you would have used for these tools. Or if you're not ready to do this right now, which we think there will need to be a transition, we allow you to connect the tools that you're using today. So you can connect your CRM, you can connect your meeting note taker, and consolidate all the context in one place. And now our system can then create the automations on the back end to the point where you can even do it autonomously by creating tools that just record your company screen and what's going on, and actually create these automations in the background without even needing to prompt. But this is all possible because you own your context. You're not worried about, we don't own any of the data that's going on with these screen recordings or collecting all of the context. We're allowing you to own it. We're just making it really easy for you to set up a scalable, safe, secure infrastructure to be able to do this. Then anyone in your team, whether they're technical or not, can deploy tools for themselves, for their entire team, or for their entire companies through our system. And then the last step is they simply just log into our already deployed desktop and mobile platform. They log in with their company credentials, and they see their company operating system deployed through our deployment platform, ready to go, not having to worry about Apple verification, version control, or actually like having engineers like review every single thing that's going into this internal company operating system. We actually handle that for the companies, making it really easy to build tools to automate everything they're doing. We currently have 3 enterprise clients, including one Hacker House franchise backed by Sam Altman, and it has thousands of founders that they bring in a year that allow us to have really easy distribution to startups. We also have 2 LOIs and 10 companies on our list. So our market. We're currently starting, our beachhead, our current market is AI native startups that are actually doing this today. They're either trying to create automations and they're spending way too much time doing it and it's becoming abandoned projects. They have scattered repos that they have running locally, or they're running things like OpenClaw locally that's not safe, not secure, and only people who are using this are the engineers who actually can get these things functional. Then, eventually, after we solve the problem for AI native startups, we're able to take this proof of concept and transition it over to mid-tier enterprises, 50 to 500 people who want to do the same thing. They want to be able to own their context layer so that the models are not being trained on the same information that their competitors are being trained on. And because they own their context layer, they're able to create automations and tools in a way that is truly seamless. And we then want to actually capture the entire enterprise tooling market to enable almost any enterprise company to be able to do this for themselves, owning their tools, owning the context layer, and being able to do this seamlessly without having to worry about all that infrastructure. So currently, we charge $500 a month for up to 25 people, to $100 up to $17.50 a month for 100 people, and enterprise pricing for anything that goes beyond that. And like I said, we include hosting, the actual APIs that power everything that you're doing, security reviews, infrastructure that you would typically need to actually make this functional. All your company needs to focus on is building the tools to make your life easier and actually having those automations start to do the work. And today, you cost less than a third of the tools that you would have had to accumulate and actually use duct tape pretty much to bring all this context in one place that's actually useful. If you think about Notion, Granola, WhisperFlow, Slack, Linear, eventually as the models get better and better and it becomes easier to build tools like this in-house, the only thing you're going to have to pay for is basically the deployment and security infrastructure to be able to have that actually be useful, which is our reasoning behind the pricing, and we're actually a third of what these companies are probably paying way more than this for all these internal tools per seat. We're planning on charging pretty much a fixed cost based on how much people are actually in the company to be able to make this scale. So our team is full of extremely AI native builders. We have people who've scaled automation platforms for social media accounts to over 200K followers. We have people who built platforms with over thousands of users for using voice AI. We have Arv as well, who worked at a top 25 AWS startup building MCP infrastructure the second it came out. We're an extremely AI native team. We have our finger on the pulse of everything that's coming up the second it's happening, including myself. I actually left from Carnegie Mellon in December and moved to San Francisco, and I've been learning these things firsthand. That's how this idea even evolved, was me being on the ground, talking to founders, seeing where the big bottleneck was, and seeing where there's an opportunity to actually take advantage of a world in rapid software development. So yeah, we're basics. We created an open source desktop workspace that allows you to connect the tools that you use today and the tools that you'll build tomorrow into one place so your context can actually be used for useful automation. Thank you. Yeah, so I would say Claude Skills A for anyone who's non-technical is extremely intimidating. It either requires you you're going into the Claude desktop app for the average person, that's extremely intimidating, or the terminal, but also the Claude Skills relies on you to have to run everything either locally or through Anthropic's cron jobs consistently. That founders are using these things to try and automate things, but it's still taking a really long time. What we're trying to do is enable a world where we can simply connect all the tools that you need, and because we have all the context of what your company does, how it operates, and we're allowing you to keep ownership of that, you're able to collect enough context to where you can create automations and create these things that you would have once used skills to automate in a way that's seamless. So you can get that magic moment of, for example, with the video automation tool that we offer, you can literally just record your screen of the workflows that you want to automate, and it can start suggesting automations for you. So there's not even any need for prompting or needing to master skills or anything. It's super seamless to create that transition for people to start making their sort of AI.
How do you distinguish incorrect context, scale context? Because the thing you are assuming that also automatically is good.
Yeah.
But most of the data, you have, when you deploy it for someone, you have scale data.
Yeah.
How does it operate? Since it's genetic.
Yeah.
You don't want to take action on it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be guardrails. It's not like you record one workflow and you deploy to everybody. We have sandbox environments, testing, and I think there's always comfort levels there. How much you actually want your agent to automate. Obviously, when you're paying your customers, I might not want to automate, I want to spend a lot of money. This is a tedious process, low risk. We allow enterprises to pick what automations they want. I think XAI is doing this 100% reporting their customers or their employees and seeing what competitive tasks they're doing, and there's really automations for that. For any mission critical processes, we're not automating that. Usually, all that stuff is really important. It's just kind of making it a lot easier for companies to automate their repetitive tasks.
And also, as a part of being the deployment infrastructure, we also will help companies kind of set up systems, whether we eventually build this in-house or set it up for companies to actually manage and filter through skill context and useful context. So that comes with time and working with customers and actually learning more from our design partners, and I think we'll have a really foolproof system to be able to do that eventually.
Everything, I don't know much about the whole technology side. So everything I hear is, these data all of the large company AI people, and a lot of that has to do with just the power that's needed to make this stuff happen, to make these bots be able to think and all of that stuff. So there's power from energy sources as well as power from the computer itself. So how does that all take what you're doing into a laptop?
Yeah, so we're actually still using the models like OpenAI and Anthropic, but instead we use them as pretty much the electricity to power the plumbing and the infrastructure that we created to actually make the house run. So you can think of Anthropic or OpenAI as kind of like the electricity grid. They basically send you the power that you need to make your house work. To make even more money, they're like, we can provide you electricity, we can build out the house for you, we can also provide you with all the plumbing and infrastructure to make it really good. But what they're doing by doing that and making it really easy for you to just like go on the property and have a house. So actually a better example is like, they're offering for you to be able to just buy a house. They have the electricity set up, they worry about everything. You just show up in the house and you get the end product. What we're saying is there's no need to have them do all of that. We made it really easy to do the parts of the house that typically take a really long time, which is building the plumbing, the infrastructure, actually getting the house running. And now we can just use these model companies that are doing the big problem, which is working with the data centers and stuff like that, as a way to power the infrastructure that you're able to own in-house.
But the computer system that you have at the business has enough power to draw on that. And
Yes.
Yeah.
I anticipate increased competition from schools like this that are vertical specific. So they understand really good like common workflows that are happening, for example, for HR teams specifically, or for a specific industry, maybe not teams that have a really good understanding of the actual workflow and are potentially attacking those critical work streams in these organizations. Whereas, you may have more companies say, well, Copilot exists or something like this.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to when we build a company, we want to think like 2 to 5 years in the future. And our hypothesis is that 2 to 5 years in the future, if you're able to consolidate the context of what your company is actually doing, let's say if it's like from an HR workflow, you're actually able to build exactly what your company needs, not what a general HR vertical specific company is building for you, what your company exactly needs from an HR perspective, easily, because the agents have what they need. They have the context of what you're doing, how your HR workflows actually operate, and then they also have the ability to build the tools in-house for you to operate. So what we're saying is, in a couple of years, if the models can pretty much build like these tools extremely quickly, it becomes hard for these like vertical specific companies like an HR platform to really make a case as to why people would go for it with them versus build it in-house, because that the ability to actually create tools has become so easy. And that's the bet we're like hedging on. We think that in 2 to 5 years that it will be that easy to where if you're debating renting your software to where now that HR platform owns all of your context, owns all of your company data, and they're just providing you with the output, or you can own everything and you can set up the ability to create automation plan on your own. And it's as easy as hopping on a sales call with them. Instead of hopping on a sales call with them, you can literally just like come over to our platform and start to build those things in-house.
So I want to question that.
Sure, go ahead.
Try to understand the value prop. So ICT being startups,
Yeah.
right?
Well, beachhead, like that's where we're starting.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But in the case of in that use case,
Yeah.
right? Pretty limited context. So say for something like an HR workflow, where
Okay.
you're dealing with things like making sure payroll gets hit,
Yeah.
making sure that, so-and-so doesn't have some random employment issue that wasn't caught. So if let's say, what could Basics OS do because that company has pretty limited context versus a competitor that may say, hey, we have so much data from prior learnings of HR workflows, and here's a tool so that you can really attack this critically. What is
Wait, so you're saying the company itself has limited context?
right? So startup, right?
Yeah.
You're going off of the incumbent information,
Okay.
right? In theory, they could have limited context on something that
Yeah.
maybe HR, maybe something.
Yeah.
Versus another company that's saying, hey, we build agentic workflows, and one of them is for HR teams, and it's built off of a significant data set,
Yeah.
right? That could be an accumulation of
HR to start, you're not just going to transition away from your HR platform and start using us. You're going to need a buffer. So what we offer is a place for you to connect your existing HR platform. You can watch how you work with it. And what we're doing is we're collecting context you didn't even know that your business actually was like needed to be useful. And then when you get to the point where we started like a traditional way where you connect the HR tools that you're using today, and the goal and the long-term vision is that because you have all your context in one place, you get frustrated with your HR platform because it doesn't fit the needs that you want, and we start prompting you and we're like, hey, we know exactly how you use this platform, we can actually help you build a better version in-house. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Patty, and representing the company we have Titi Olotu from the University of California, Los Angeles. So Patty is a non-invasive diagnostic menstrual pad that uses biodegradable banana fiber and embedded microfluidics to detect health biomarkers during menstruation. And this enables early screening while protecting bodily autonomy and reducing plastic waste.
What if early detection for female reproductive conditions did not require awkward appointments or clinic? Well, hello, my name is Titi Olotu, and I'm the founder of Patty, a smart, sustainable biosensing menstrual pad coupled with a data tracking app. Imagine a college night out with friends turning into an ER visit. This was the reality for my friend Luna. The doctor had mentioned she came just 1 week later, her UTI could develop into sepsis, causing organ failure or worse, death. But the doctors were confused. Because you see, Luna had the pain, Luna had the symptoms, but what she did not have was Patty. So what's the problem? Over 60% of UTI cases go undiagnosed. When they develop into sepsis, they kill 1 in 4. Women, we're considered too messy, as 2 in 3 women face underdiagnosis throughout their lifetime for conditions such as PCOS, UTIs, BV, and so much more. And according to the World Economic Forum, as a result of these conditions, this contributes to over $1 trillion loss in the economy yearly, with healthcare accounting for $500 billion of this loss. So what's the solution? Patty. We're the first sustainable-based diagnostics with our biodegradable banana fiber pads and microfluidic products, meaning you can eat it, but I will definitely not recommend you doing that. We promote circular economy and resource efficiency as we minimize water, energy, and chemical use. We are non-invasive with proactive diagnostics. We validated 3 biomarkers, and we have 10 more on the roadmap. We support climate and women's health education initiative, empowering mentors to take action and be more proactive with their health. We have further application opportunities and a scalable model addressing fertility, seniors, and childcare. Patty truly serves as an aid into diagnosing. How to use? It's simple. You simply secure the pad, menstruate, and flip, where key biomarkers are depicted with their colorimetric intensity, which correlates to a color chart on the box. With over 10 plus biomarkers, we also hope to offer conditional testing. But with 1,023 different opportunities with just 10 different biomarkers, this is where the Patty platform can come in. Patty's platform offers cycle tracking, wellness support, mental health support, telehealth, as well as community support. That gives women the autonomy to utilize the resources and use health analysis with AI and image analysis to get further support on the results. It can also be generated into medical reports as well. With a quick reminder, the pad functions fully without the app. So what could my friend Luna have done? She could have simply just menstruated, flipped the pad, and learned much quickly. It's that simple. Patty in action. On March 9, 2026, in honor of International Women's History Month, we wanted to validate our concept. And considering the reagents are super expensive, we wanted to use what is already available on the market, urine dipsticks. We have 50 students in Tepper, Nigeria. We embedded the urine dipsticks with the help of our bioengineer into the menstrual pads, and we had the girls use them. Out of 50 girls, we had 10 of them that were flagged, 3 of them that had infection, and 1 of them who had a fatal referral, leading up to 15 different medical checkups and follow-up. This was our way of trying to de-risk and validate Patty as an option that women deserve. Our revenue stream. We're tackling B2C first with e-commerce such as TikTok, Amazon, and Instagram. Then we're following after with B2B such as Phase 1 with schools and nonprofit, which I actually know about because I'm also a nonprofit founder myself, catering to over 22,000 students across the United States, Nigeria, and India. And I've already made a lot of connections in this field as well. Phase 2 then tackling healthcare, military, sports, and workplaces. We have our app and subscription. We will provide the free option with data collection and anonymization option, allowing women to access our platform for free by in turn anonymizing their data and providing it to us, which we then provide and sell to women's health researcher. Without that, our premium option goes for $19.99 per month, but our subscribers will also have access to 5 to 10% discount on the product. Our retail price is about 85 cents, with our cost of goods being about 25 cents pre-scale. We're looking at 15 cents with 100K units, providing an over 75% margin. This is just the US market, with a total domestic market accounting for over $15 billion. But we are tackling the SOM, which is a school's PAN mandate of AB 367 that requires all Title I schools to provide free menstrual products for their students. Therefore, we're entering into these schools and posing Patty as an option these students deserve. Our go-to-market is simple and twofold. Online and offline, catering to menstruators between 12 to 45. Online will continue our social media, paid advertisement, content creation, and ambassadors. While offline will have our community events, trade fairs, wellness booths, and pitches and conferences just like this one. Patty stands out why? We are creating our own sector and taking every box. We offer comprehensive testing, ease of use, we are eco-friendly, we're cost-efficient, we provide an amazing support system with our platform and the pads. We have different community wellness initiatives, and one of the few early detection that's non-invasive. This is Patty's team, with me, Olotu, behind design and lead development, also a nonprofit founder. Then we have Dr. Gobrak, who's an OBGYN at UCLA Hospital, our chief medical officer behind trial design. Bella Zazera, principal investigator behind microbiology validation. Alamine Olowe, the founder of Topicals, one of the biggest skincare brands in the United States, behind distributions and connections. Daruj Samuel, our tech lead, behind image analysis and app design. And Adewoye Ogunwosari, who is our microfluidics validation as Patty's bioengineer. We've garnered over $66,000 in grants funding from accredited organizations, including UNESCO, Bloomberg, and Accenture, to name a few. With letters of intent from UCLA CSC, Khan Academy, and Bill and Simon Tech High School. We've also garnered recognition with Vital Voices, ABC7, Check, Afrotech, and Venture, to name a few. We distributed 1,150 of these pads, proving our concept with successful preclinical trials. We are confident that from our point of sale, within 5 years, we'll garner a revenue of about $10 million. We also hope to be acquired, and some companies in our space that have been acquired include Hologic, Bonafide Health, Torn Health Tech, and Gynesonics. This is Patty's current timeline. In November to May of 2025, we identified the pain point through a PMDD campaign, and we went over our competitive validation and early success. By June 2025, we are at MVP development at Yonsei University in South Korea. July 2025, we obtained strategic acceleration and funding. September to November, we obtained global recognition and grants. In December of 2025, we obtained our intellectual property and partnerships. This is Patty's projected timeline. Between January to December, we hope to have our app beta launch, collaboration with UNESCO and Promega, which is happening next week, more clinical trials in Nigeria, then begin FDA classification review, class 1 target, and F10 pathway, scope as contingency. And by December 2026, we hope to collaborate with UCLA's Women's Health for trials. Why invest in us? We are entering a sustainable, timeless, yet essential market with a high margin business model of over 75%. Our innovation, patent pending. We have multi-channel revenue and licensing potential. This is truly a real global problem. As one patty means 27 grams of plastic eliminated, 20 grams of cultural waste diverted, 160 grams of CO2 prevented, 1 diagnostic plastic casing replaced, and 1 invasive clinical screening canceled. So we're seeking $1 million in convertible notes, allowing for a 24-month runway. We're using $250,000 to product development, $300,000 to marketing and branding, $300,000 to salaries and operation, and $100,000 to reserve and contingency. Let us provide more women like Luna the opportunity to menstruate, flip, and learn. Let us Patty. Thank you.
On the slide with companies that were acquired, did anything happen if any product was remotely similar or some sort of biomarker product in general?
A lot of them just focus, so not necessarily in relation to like biomarkers, but a lot of them focus on like femtech products. So a lot of them had like with the rings or like other basically, what's it called, like biohacking products per se. So a lot of them kind of focus on that, and I just wanted to utilize that as like a way to gauge this market.
What's your data regulatory
Wait, like currently?
Yeah, I assume this is a medical device.
Right.
So, you have an FDA?
So we've already communicated to the FDA officer, and they actually mentioned that because the electronic is also fully biodegradable and paper-based, it may potentially pass as a class 1 device, but it would require a lot of, basically like, we'd have to check it with like the reagents and whatnot. But as of now, we're told that we would have to look into the class 1 medical device pathway. We're saying it's an aid into diagnosing to kind of remove that discrepancy of the liability. But the whole goal is to provide data to then have proactive insights or to seek further support on whatever condition they think they may have.
The three things, if you go back to your slide, there was one I remember design, and I think there was, I don't know. So what exactly is this thing detecting?
So currently the 3 biomarkers that we focus on and validated is iron, glucose, and nitrite. We started out with that because especially with our UTIs, we wanted to focus on like conditions that were like deeply understood. So like for example, iron is a field that is deeply undermined. With iron comes different issues such as being brittle, loss of hair, more cramping and whatnot. But the goal is definitely to expand. So we're using like for example the urine distich with a 10 different parameter as sort of like a gauging tool. So we're looking at different things like LH, FSH, and different fluid-related conditions to see how we can bring the 10 different biomarkers into one microfluidics where they can work together in like a conditional testing environment.
So the idea is that during menstruation, a woman wears this chest, does the flip, checks
Right.
the thing.
Before she tosses the pad, she just does a simple flip over, and then it'll give her colorimetric analysis.
And then colorimetric, and then the person says, oh my dear, I'm high in glucose, I better go to my doctor. Or is there some, or is your group making a recommendation to what they should do if they read lots of red?
Right, that's where the platform comes in. So the goal of the platform is the use of image analysis and the health AI. It will be able to provide proactive insights for what they could do. So if they're really low in iron, it may say, okay, more spinach, or you need to start looking into supplements. But if it starts getting fatal, it may say, okay, you need to reach out to a medical provider and whatnot. So it does provide proactive insights depending on the different sort of results that the person gets. But it's also important that they get the medical report, which they can use to advocate for themselves if they need any support.
And that information goes automatically.
And that it goes into the platform as well, which we're also working on like data and privacy in the different clouds as well to ensure that their data is secure.
You showed, I think that your beachhead market would be this 80 something code that's requirement to provide these kind of products in schools. Can you do that at the current price point?
At $6.99.
I don't know. I'm just wondering if you're going in with a premium product, or do you capture that market?
Well, currently, I believe there are a lot of initiatives that are trying to subsidize a lot of like climate action, especially within the school market and like in a massive form. So there are a lot of like grants, especially government grants, that are looking to provide more options that are more sustainable for students. And like currently with support of like Bloomberg and UNESCO, we know there is potential to get more support in terms of like climate action grants to have these into schools. But also with the cost of goods currently, because we are also using banana fibers, which are considered waste, we are cutting down on costs, and hopefully when we have like our own processing farm, it will also limit more of the cost. So it will be a great way to like subsidize the pricing for schools as well. Yes, the goal is like in a low resource community where they don't have access to image analysis or something to just get further analysis, they'd be able to have a color chart on the side of the packaging of the pad to then correlate it. It may be finicky and more difficult, you might not get the more precise detail, but as a scale you'll be able to understand, do I have a higher level of this or medium or lower concentration of this, and they can then use that to sort of help themselves more proactively. Yes, there's a color chart on the side of the box that basically correlates to like, if it's a darker shade, and it's like a color spectrum, similar to like a urinalysis kit, and that will help them sort of look at it like and use, but it may be difficult because gauging it with your eyes may be hard to tell, it's a 9.2 versus a 9.6, so the whole goal of the platform is to make that much easier, but in a community where they don't have that resource, they just kind of have to make use of what's available.
So for our final presentation, we have Plasma X, and representing the company, we have Tejas Nalladala from the University of Washington, Seattle. So Plasma X has developed the first industrial-scale plasma-activated water disinfection system, replacing chlorine in post-harvest produce washing. And so they generate antimicrobial species using ionized air and water with no residues or toxic byproducts at cheaper costs than traditional washing methods.
That's basically everything that I wanted to say. But yes, my name is Tejas. I'm representing Plasma X. You can call me TJ if that's easier. And yeah, essentially, every vegetable that you have eaten today was probably washed with the same chemical that we use to clean our swimming pools, chlorine. And that's 2 billion tons of produce that's cleaned this way every single year. Now, you might think it works, and the industry thinks that too, but the fact is that it's not sustainable. 500 million people every year fall sick due to contaminated produce, and we lose $10 billion every single year just because of foodborne illnesses. And our current solution, which is chlorine, basically has toxic byproducts, chemical residues, and it's just not sustainable. It exposes workers to chronic health risks. And I would know because my own grandfather was a small farmer in South India growing chilies, and he passed away because of prolonged exposure. And in developing economies, this is a really big problem because 40% of a farmer's produce gets rotten because of microbial activity even before it reaches a consumer. And the industry needs a solution, and it needed it yesterday. It just hadn't had any other option yet. Plasma X just built the first industrial-scale sanitization equipment for post-harvest agricultural produce. Now, we know this is a big, fat, ugly problem, but who cares, right? I think being an entrepreneur, you need to see what problem exists and what problem out of that set is actually capitalizable upon. And I see those as 3 key driving forces for this particular problem. One, regulatory. We see increasing regulatory constraints in the Europe, US, and India, especially cracking down on chlorine byproducts. Two, consumers. The people want clean labeled food, especially in the world moving towards sustainability. And three, economics. There's over 50,000 pack houses just in India who are struggling with this stringency in regulatory troubles and diminishing margins. And that's a problem we needed to address. That's where we come in. And what we did was super innovative. We take air around us, ambient air, and we arc it using a very high electric voltage. And that creates something called as RONs, reactive oxygen and nitrogen species. So stuff like ozone, nitrites, nitrates, peroxynitrites, and we dissolve them in water using a microbubble generator. And what this does is essentially it creates plasma-activated water, and PAW, for Q, has antimicrobial efficacy. So what we did was we passed this through a conveyor belt with nozzles on all sides, and a farmer, all he does is harvest his produce, throws it onto the conveyor belt, and his harvest is now surface disinfected by plasma-activated water instead of traditional chlorine methods. Now, our lab trials have shown a 99.7% reduction in microbial loads, extending shelf life while curtailing food spoilage and produce losses. So, we are creating value for our farmers. And how we create PAW is through our provisionally patented bubble generators and our plasma reactors, wherein we use a non-uniform electrode design to concentrate the field at certain points, so we essentially get it down super cheap, super efficiently. And two takeaways from our technology is one, it's modular in nature. So if you're a small farmer co-op with like 10 farmers, you should probably be fine with like a couple plasma reactors on the technology, on the product. And if you're a big farmer co-op with 100 farmers or 200 farmers, we can easily integrate more plasma reactors and more microbubble generators to increase the throughput of the machine. Now, plasma-activated water has been clinically proven to be toxicologically and to basically pass the clinical crimes for cytotoxicity and genotoxicity. Because plasma-activated water essentially, after 7 days, decays back into just water and songs, which is stable oxygen and nitrogen species, so there's air as we know it. And I just thought these pictures looked cool. On your left is a computational simulation of an electric field in our proprietary patented plasma reactor. You can see we have concentrated the field using a non-uniform electrode design at 2 points. So this allows us to basically power usage of our reactor is just as much as a household hair dryer. On your right is a complete schematic of our machine, and in the middle is actually the first production unit that we sold to a farmer co-op in South India. Now, I could talk about plasma physics for another hour, but I kind of want to focus more on how and why we end up making money. First of all, the current operational costs of conventional methods, of chlorine methods, are for $2 to $5 per ton of produce washing. And we operate at under 50 cents a ton. So that's at minimum a 4 times cheaper operational cost. Essentially, coming back to manufacturing, we manufactured our first production unit at $8,000, and we sold it to a farmer co-op at $20,000. Now that's a 60% profit margin for a hardware agri-tech startup, who usually have their profit margins at around 30% or 25%. Now, talking a little bit about our target customers, we are primarily focusing on 2 markets right now, India and the US. In India, we're focusing on pack houses, the tens of thousands of pack houses, and farmer co-ops. Now, why farmer co-ops is because farmers in India are marginal to the point where they only own 1 or 2 acres of land, and selling an expensive piece of equipment that can probably process all of their produce in 1 day doesn't really make sense. So we're working with farmer co-ops of 50 to 100 farmers, so actually selling this equipment makes sense and it justifies selling. In the US, we're going to target large food processors, especially on the fresh cut and ready-to-eat lines. And that's where really we want your support. If anything that I said in the last 10 minutes or so interested you in the slightest, and you know people or you yourself are in the agri-tech industry, or you know farmers, we would really love to connect with you. That's my LinkedIn on the right. This is our humble 5-member family, really credentialed, really smart people. And if agri-tech or hardware is not your thing, there's a little mystery link on the left-hand side, which is something to kind of tying it back to the old AI B2B RAS, which we were talking about. That's a personal project that I've been working on since the last 4 months. And with that, thank you so much for your time. I'm open to any questions.
You said you have 99.7%.
Right.
Microbial kill, whatever.
Yeah.
How's that compared to chlorine?
So that's compared to chlorine, actually. So a 99.7% reduction compared to chlorine. That's specifically on tomatoes for now. So we have tested across 3 produce types, and we're currently in our lab trials for expanding it up to like 22 produce types.
So that means?
A 2.5 CFU raw reduction.
That means that compared to chlorine, you're 99.7% as good, or you're 99.7% better?
99.7% better than chlorine.
Fluoride is very widely used.
Right.
So what are the switching costs for
Right. So one of our best things is this directly integrates into the pre-existing production lines of pack houses and farmers. We specifically designed it that way because one of the biggest reasons why PAW was being able to scale to an industrial scale from a lab scale was because of super complex gas handling systems, super power-hungry reactors, and we essentially solved all of that. So we purposefully made it such that it can super easily integrate into your existing production lines for pack houses and farming blocks.
So you mentioned how it takes 7 days to revert back to
Correct.
air. What happens? How is that passed forward during that 7 days, or is it just really?
No, it's a continuous operating machine. So we just continuously spray the pot. And why I mentioned that it decays back is to kind of prove the cytotoxicity and genotoxicity clinical trials in a pot. So we're not storing pot in the first place. We're continuously generating it using our plasma reactor and our microbial.
Well, then what happens to that?
Oh, it just drains out and we recollect it and reuse it.
Is this purely a capital equipment sale, or is it?
Right. So currently it's an equipment sale, but we're looking at the possibility of using it as a pay-per-use for individual farmers in India who don't want to get into the whole co-op business and compensate their lifestyle. We already have a contract with the government of Andhra Pradesh because we knew people in the agricultural industry, and we're currently looking to expand our connects to that particular contact to other states in India, and then kind of like parallelly navigate the US market.
Where did this come from? Where's the idea?
Yeah, I did an internship with an original equipment manufacturer 3 years ago in the space of high voltage electronics. And my current co-founder, Dr. N. Mishra, is a cold plasma physicist at Tepper University, and he is a really good friend of my dad. And we would kind of like go back and forth on plasma activated water. I read a paper, and since my family was already in the space of agriculture, all of our roots are in agriculture, that's what sustained us for the longest time. It was kind of me thinking on the lines of creating value for our partners.
What else is that plasma activated water used for?
Right, very good question. This is only one of the business verticals that we're experimenting with currently, because essentially, regenerated plasma activated water is super efficient. And so the other two business verticals that we're soon to be looking to expand into is, one is pre-germinal seeds. Plasma activated water has shown that pre-germinal seeds germinate faster under plasma activated water. These are studies that's been conducted and proven. That's one business vertical we're looking to kind of find an application for. And two is, since we found a super cheap way to generate ROMs, reactive oxygen and nitrogen species, we have nitrites and nitrates. So making nitrogen-based fertilizers can be super, super cheap. And that's a super big industry because only in India, 20,000 crores, I kind of like, have to go back to the math, but I think it's about a $15 to $20 billion industry just on nitrogen-based fertilizers, which could be a potential market.
How long does this system last? Or how often do you do this?
I would love to get back to you on that. I don't have the number right off the top of my mind. Right now, it's just an equipment that we're selling, and we're also offering like services of the equipment whenever Thank you.
Okay, so that about wraps it up with all of our presentations. So now we'll move forward with judge deliberation. So if you are a finalist, if you could please head back to the finalist rooms, and then we'll bring you guys back for closing remarks as well as the awards. Thank you everyone for presenting.
Wait, also, after we announce the awards, we're gonna stay for a few minutes to do a quick round of thank yous, so like stay in your seats, and then we wanna get pictures of all the finalists, so double stay in your seats, but yeah.
And every team will be getting certificates at the end. So, drum roll please. In third place, we have Metopi. Okay, do you want to stand in the middle? Yeah. Yeah, so next one, drum roll please. In second place, we have Plasma X. Okay, and last but not drum roll. For first place, we have Purify. Yeah, well, thank you everyone. Congratulations to all, sorry, I might have been a little loud. And congratulations to all of our finalists and as well as our winners. Can we get a big round of applause again? Awesome, well now we're gonna be doing a quick closing remarks, but after that, please be sure to stay because we're gonna be having pictures with all of our teams as well as giving you all certificates. So it won't be too long, but yeah, we just wanted to thank you all again and I'm gonna have to Denisa for our closing remarks.
Thank you so much for all the finalists, for all the judges, for flying in to Pittsburgh. If you guys did fly in, I know it's a really big commitment, like the whole day. We really appreciate everything, and everyone did so well. And you should be proud of yourself that you came here, you came to CMU and presented your startup pitches. And I would really like to give a big round of applause to the UEA team. Everyone who's helped plan this event since last fall, so it's been almost a year since we planned this event. Could we give a round of applause to everyone?
Hi, we just wanted to show a little bit of token of appreciation. Denisa, our VP over here, has worked tirelessly for an entire year with planning. So this is on behalf of everyone from UEA. Thank you so much for being our fearless leader. Everything that you saw today, how smoothly everything went, that's all because of how hard she's worked all year, and we're super proud. So yeah.
Thanks, everyone. And I know, Nicole, you need to leave right now, so we're just gonna take pictures. Okay, so we're just gonna call you guys up one by one to do the pictures. And if you guys want to take pictures of the judges as well, we can do it. Okay, so let's start with the first team, Basic OS.
Yeah, the judges could come up to the front and we'll just have Well, thank you all judges again, and then thank you teams. I hope that this event was helpful, especially like the feedback, whether it was winning or whether it was coming and learning from this experience. I hope that this was helpful, but we truly are very happy to have you all and wanted to thank you all again for this event. We have extra food, so if you'd like to take any, please feel free, and have a great day. Thank you all. We'll probably be taking a picture with everyone, so if you'd like to come up to the stage, we'll take them with our team, as well as everyone who participated. But yeah, if you guys can all come up, and we'll take that together.